Mr. Simbinye.
Good morning, Chair, Madam Commissioner. Good morning. Raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
I do.
The witness is sworn in. Mr. Sidumedi will be
Thank
taking
you.
the witness
Mr.
room.
Sidumedi, your witness.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Mabena. Mr. Jacob, there's a file. I see there's a couple of files in front of you there, but
No, this one is mine. No, this one is mine. Alex. And then Joburg Freeway, I was the commander on the freeway the same time.
Okay.
And then I was 10, and then in 2014, I was promoted to the position of a deputy director, where I worked again for a year. Then I was deployed to implement the strategies of the city that was Joburg 10 plus or web-based. Then I was deployed there. And in 2018, when the new chief came up, Chief Tembe, he then moved me back to the freeway. I worked on the freeway until 2019. Then I was then deployed to the CBD, Region F1.
Yes, keep on saying I worked there, I deployed. In all those deployments, what role were you occupying as a Rejak?
First of all, a regional commander, it's like a chief in a region, because the chief wouldn't everywhere. You work in the space of the chief of police, but making sure that we are providing service to the community of that region. So as I was moving from region to region and unit to unit, like the freeway unit, so I was doing those services for the people.
So you were a regional commander in those specific regions that you are, Soweto, Region A, and...
Yeah, Region E or Region 7, and then Region A, and then Region D, which is Alex, Midrand, Ivory Park, and then Soweto.
All right. With specific reference to Region F, do you have any working knowledge, or have you ever been deployed to Region F? Because this commission is all about Region F.
Yeah. Firstly, is that I came here in 2019. I was deployed here as a regional commander.
Here,
so, in Region F1. Sorry for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was deployed in Region F1.
So, Region F1, you have been a regional commander of Region F1.
That's correct, sir.
So, you are quite familiar with the challenges that are facing Region F1.
That's correct.
Be it crime prevention, by-law enforcement,
and road policing.
And road policing. So from what you are telling, and then of course in 2025 this year you were then appointed as the chief of police.
That's correct.
So can the chairperson then safely assume that the person in the witness box knows what he is talking about?
Yes.
Okay, then we can start. So what I'll be doing, I'll be taking you through the statement that appears on page 430.
Okay.
You won't necessarily be reading line by line.
Okay.
But I'll take you through, so you must explain key parts of your statement.
Okay.
Now, the reason, can just, so as to give you background, the reason why the commission had asked that the city avail its chief of police, it was with specific reference to the fact that there was a concern about the by-law enforcement.
Yes.
With specific reference to bad buildings. So that's the context why chief of police is here, right? And that, I see you have put that in paragraph 2.1 of your statement. And as well, I can confirm to you that during part A of these proceedings, your predecessor, was the acting chief at that stage, Mr. Setaku, Mr.
Yes.
Setaku,
Yes.
did testify at this commission to explain what the role of the GMPD is in terms of various units that it has.
Okay.
So for the purpose of our discussion today, we will focus on the bylaw,
Okay.
enforcement unit, and the crime prevention. Okay. Now, in paragraph 3 of your statement,
Yes.
are you there? On page 431,
Yes.
can you just tell in broad strokes first before you get to the specifics, in terms of the responsibilities and the extent of the GMPD's account in terms of the enforcement of bylaws? How does that, okay, how is the GMPD structured to ensure that there's proper enforcement of cities' bylaws?
Okay. Thank you. Firstly, when GMPD was formed, it was based on 3 directorates. Number 1, it was the Directorate of Operations, which is that for regional operations. There was a director specifically for the regions. And then you had a director for tactical services, which we call the specialized services, your freeways, your public order policing, equestrians, and so on, the special patrol units. And then you had the BMU, the bylaw enforcement unit, which also had a director. And then its function was to deal with the bylaws, to enforce bylaws of the city.
All right. Now, let's zoom in. So there's a unit called, we call it the BMU.
BMU, Bylaw Enforcement Management Unit.
So,
yeah.
and then what does the M stand for? For now, let's call it
Okay.
the BMU. So the BMU, in paragraph 3.1 of the statement, you say that it enforces bylaws across the 8 regions.
That's correct. When it started, they decentralized it. Each and every region has had people of bylaws. You'd have at least about 20 or 10 people in your region as a regional commander who are dealing with specific bylaws in your area.
And you say something about, can you just explain to us the concept of the clusters and wards on paragraph 3.1 there?
Well, the clusters came in terms of the ward-based policing.
Okay.
Like, for instance, I'll give an example with Region F. Region F1 has got 12 wards. So we then divided it into 4 clusters of 3 wards each. So in each ward, you'll have a manager or a superintendent heading that cluster. So I had about 4 soups in the region.
Okay, maybe let's park the concept of the ward policing first. Let's remove from, take off the table the concept, the issue of BMUs. Now, in paragraph 3.3, you make a point that, broadly speaking, we have categorized bylaws of the city into technical and non-technical. What do you mean by that? Can you just explain to the chair what do you mean by technical bylaws and non-technical bylaws?
Okay, thank you. When we talk about technical bylaws, are bylaws that are enforced by entities.
Can you just speak up?
Are bylaws that are enforced by entities. Sorry for that. We've got entities like your Johannesburg Water, you have your City Power, you have your JRA, Johannesburg Road Agency, and then you have also your environmental health that are dealing with the bylaws.
Yes. The chair through the table on the pitch overleaf, but just as a principle, why, and then and the other ones, what are non-technical bylaws?
Non-technical bylaws are bylaws that are enforceable on the road mostly. You have your street trading, you have your illegal signage, and then you have also the issues of our noise control, which also we don't have much around it, but we do enforce it. When people call, we respond, we deal with it. And then you have also the issues around, your street trading and so on. Sorry for that.
Okay. So if you look at your paragraph 3.3,
Yes.
What is the role of GMPD on non-technical bylaws? What is that you are doing on non-technical bylaws?
Firstly is that we, as for non-technical, but that is our key function, let me put it that way, that we need to enforce to ensure that there is no disregard of such bylaws.
Yes.
For instance, let me go to street trading. We wouldn't have unregulated trading where people will block the sidewalk and so on. People will be in the intersections, such things. That's what we deal with. And in terms of illegal signage, you'll have your trailers that are blocking the intersections. You'll have also on the freeway the big billboards that sometimes are placed illegally, which also may distract motorists as they drive. So they are dealing with that in terms of those bylaws.
Okay. Because on page 432, there's a table
Yes.
that you have provided there, the non-technical bylaws and the technical bylaws. So the ones on the left, you have termed them non-technical. So what is the role of the JMPD with regards to those bylaws?
Firstly is that let me talk about the water services bylaws. In these bylaws, firstly is that we guard against infrastructure damage. It's one of them, of the water. Two is that the issues of illegal connections as well. We work hand in hand with the Johannesburg Water Department where we go and assist them and to deal with such things. And then we have the electrical bylaws. Also as well here, we are working with City Power, where when they go and do inspections, compliance and so on, and sometimes illegal connections. After they do the cutoffs, we also have to charge the person, give that person a fine for illegal connection. And then you go down to waste management bylaws, which is illegal dumping, your littering and so on. That also we deal with as we patrol. And then the public road and miscellaneous, this one also, that's what. And then also there's issues around also, littering on this or on the public road. That's what we deal with. And then outdoor advertising, that's what I spoke about, and the trailers. And then you have your street trading, which is one of our problematic one that we deal with in terms of enforcing to ensure that the environment is clean, because when it's crowded, crime as well manifests in such areas, like we are having in the CBD.
All right. Now, on the right column, you speak of, we've already touched about the technical bylaws.
Yes.
Now, we have already indicated that these bylaws, they are being enforced by the departments that you mentioned, be it entities or other departments. Then what is the role of JMPD then, insofar as the enforcement of JMPD then, insofar as the enforcement of these technical bylaws is concerned?
Okay, our role there is to be with our colleagues when they do, or to give support when they go and do the enforcement. Remember, the resistance from our people, it's very pervasive. It is there where people will resist anything that comes for, to formalize something. When people come to say, I want to inspect this and this, sometimes people don't accede to that. They usually resist, but we go with them there so that they can do their work, more especially where there is some contraventions. If you can see where there is a problem with the building, or maybe there is illegal extensions or buildings, our building control will have to go in there. And what used to happen, I'm sorry, just to elaborate, our building inspectors will go to a building, find the owner building, and they will issue a notice to say, please stop, because you don't have a plan in the first place. This thing is illegal. Then they go. This person will just continue building. After some time, the building is finished. Then is the issue. It means the building cannot be destroyed. You have to go to the court processes and so on. So as part of us as JMPD, when they go and issue such a notice, we make sure that person doesn't continue building. He complies to the notice until he or she submits a building plan that is approved by the city. So that's what we do.
So how do you ensure that such a person then does not continue?
Firstly, okay, sorry for that. Firstly is that we'll explain to the person to say, this is the warning, please make sure that you comply with it. And as we leave, the person will continue, because we leave officers patrolling there. And then they'll report, say, this person is going ahead, And then we'll then remove the equipments just to ensure that there is compliance.
Okay. So I'll just use or pick up on any example. Why is JMPD on its own? Why can't it, as an example, enforce a problem properties bylaw or an emergency services bylaw?
Well, that one, it's in terms of the law because there is people appointed to do that. But in terms of the cooperation that we have as a city and in terms of the city strategy, city safety strategies, that we have to work together. And JMPD is the people on the ground mostly. You have patrols, they see all these things. So it is important that to encourage our members to report everything, meaning any service delivery breakdown, report it so that we can get the relevant departments to assist us. Because if you leave it, it becomes a serious issue tomorrow where people's lives are lost, then it becomes a serious issue, which is something that we should have prevented if we reported it earlier.
Let's zoom in on that, Rajat. On the left, you've got this non-tinker laws,
Yes.
trading and all that. For the purpose of this commission, what has caused this commission to be set up
Yes.
is the problem arising out of what you call bad, hijacked and or bad buildings, right? Sorry, Jason. So, it's those buildings. Now, the concern is, here are these buildings that are prevalent in the city.
Yes.
And then we have our police, the JMPD.
Yes.
How does it happen? Because now, if I look at on your list on the right,
Yes.
the bylaws that regulate those problems, those bad buildings, are on the right, and JMPD is not directly involved. We are saying it is somebody else,
Yes.
be it the GRA or Department of Environmental Affairs, that is doing
Building control.
building control.
environmental- yeah,
Yes.
so-
So that's where the issue is at. Why is it that the JMPD, as our police, why are they not the ones who are ensuring that there is no bad building?
Yeah, I think in terms of our mandate, we have to deal with that. We are given specific bylaws. But to me personally, I don't think it should be that way. One is that as a police officer and a person in terms of crime prevention, you know, to prevent something from happening, it is a better thing to do as an officer. So once there is something, a sign like that, then you have to report to the relevant people. It's like when a crime happens, somebody's being robbed. I can't say it's SAPS, I cannot do it. I respond immediately. So that's how it is with our Metro Police officers. So that's how we try and encourage them not to be tourists in the city, but to be police officers, helpful to the communities, and assure the community members of safety. When they see them, they must see hope. That's how it's supposed to be.
Now, let's explain then, how does that, with specific reference to bad buildings, what is it that in as much as you are saying sort your diagram, what is it that JMPD does to either to deal with the prevalence of bad buildings or bring to the attention of the responsible departments about the bad buildings?
Okay, thank you. For me, because this incident happened under my watch, because I was the regional commander, which it was the first of its kind that happens, the Usindiso strategy. And when it came up, there were a lot of things. There were signs that were there, but they were never reported. So that is where the problem is. Because of the law, we can't just enter a building and do searches as Metropolis, unless if you are chasing somebody who committed a crime, ran into that building, then we can go in. Now, the only place where we enter such buildings, it's when your EMS, your environmental health, want to go and do compliance inspection. Then we go in with them so that they can do their work. But after this incident, for me, then it came up to say, what else can we do as Metropolis? So hence we then decided that we'll have our contribution in order to identify this building proactively on patrol, these buildings, and then submit a report to our COO or city manager, or also our EMS building to say, guys, we are having this building and there is a problem in that building. Here are the pictures or videos where people are just cramped inside that building. So something must be done. Then they'll arrange an operation. We go in there and then they look whatever. So that's how, so that you bring it to the attention of the administration, okay, so that something can be done.
All right. Chief Jack, is it something that you say must happen, or as a matter of fact, that's what the JMTD is doing when they observe these things that you're talking about?
Okay. Firstly, I'm not going to put anybody, I'll put myself as a regional commander. That's what I took a decision. That's why you have a presentation there, okay, of bad building strategy, which came out from the COO who had to form a bad building task team. I was part of it, and the best way to contribute is for us to proactively identify these building patrols. On our patrols, will identify these buildings, submit reports to the COO, who will then instruct other departments to come and do the inspection. And your legal department can decide, maybe for me is to call up the owner if it's privately owned, to say these are the issues we see at the city, please correct them. Then if the owner does not correct, then it's the issue of the courts and so on to coerce the owner to fix the problems in that building. And if they are city buildings, they must start fixing them as well, because I'm not going to look for private buildings. All the buildings are a problem, like we have a problem with Usindiso.
Okay. Maybe just to close up before we get into this ward-based policing that you're talking about.
Yes.
Let's just close off aspects relating to the BMU. In paragraph 3.6,
Yes.
because for now we are trying to understand the workings of this BMU, right?
Yes.
There's a schedule, PJ1. It appears on, it starts on page 437, all right? If you can just explain to us, what is this document that appears on page 437 and the subsequent pages?
Okay, thank you. In terms of our policing language, we call this our duties, or it's an attendance register, a daily attendance register that is held by the parade commander. Because as we go in every morning, we have a parade where officers will be checked their readiness to go on the road. Do they have all the equipment? After that, duties are then given to each and every group that you'll be doing this with who from this time to this time. And the register is then to check if people, are they all present at work, sick or whatever. So those are the duties.
And I take it this is for the BMU?
This is for the BMU, that's
Right.
correct.
So we are not yet at ward-based policing?
No.
All right. Now, if you look at this, we said it must put out a duty.
Duties. These are our daily duties.
Daily
we call
duties,
them
all
duties,
right.
yes.
And I'll just pick up, I mean, you can see that these duties, the dates there is January. If you go to, as an example, go to page 440.
Yes, sir.
It speaks about the street trading unit. It's for the week of 27 January 2025 to 2 February 2025. Broadly, what does this table at least tell us about the street trading unit?
Okay. This table tells us about the people in this list. They are assigned to do street trading for the day.
Yes.
Yes.
For this period?
For this period, yes.
Yes.
They are assigned to do their job based on the street trading to enforce the bylaws of street trading.
Of street trading?
Yes.
And then on 441, I see there's electricity unit.
Yes.
And that would be?
This one, they are assigned to work with our entities, City Power in this case. Yeah. So City Power will do its own. Sometimes they go and, to install cables. Sometimes they go and do electrification in informal settlements and so on, and also the issue of enforcement in terms of compliance, illegal connections. So we assign members to go with them. As they go, they do the operations.
So how would you know that for the week 27 Jan to February, there's a need for assistance to provide to City Power, using the unit as an example?
Yeah, the MOUs are signed between the entities and JMPD. So what happens is that the management of City Power will inform the commander of BMU, in this case the director, to say, on the 14th we are having an operation, maybe we are targeting CBD starting from this area to this area. So we request manpower for the day. So that's how we know.
Okay. So we have gone through this schedule. So typically, this schedule speaks to your non-technical bylaws. I mean, as an example, on 440 it was street trading, 441 it was electricity, waste. If you go to 442, 444 is outdoors.
Yes.
445 is Johannesburg water.
Yes.
Informal trading and the parks.
Yes.
So when I look at these duties or the schedule, its focus seems to be on what you termed non-technical bylaws. I don't see anything that speaks to the policing or the or assistance on the policing of bad buildings in Region F. So how is that undertaken then?
Okay. The other issue is that in the city, especially in Region F, where I was working, we had what we call a law enforcement task team, which is operates in the office of the regional director, who then has civilians working there, which we call them CRAM, Civilian Urban Relations Management, which are the people who, coordinate all the departments for the different functions. So when there is something that has to be done in terms of, let's say, an inspection of a building, then we plan and then we assign members to go with them to do the job. That's how it works, integrated operations or approach from that office.
Okay. And then how does that relate to, because on paragraph 4 of your statement, you speak about ward-based policing.
Okay.
Broadly, how does that differ from what the BMU is doing? Because so far, I think you've been talking about the BMU.
Yes.
All right. Now, you have introduced a new concept now on paragraph 4 called ward-based policing. What is that?
Okay. Thank you. Firstly, is that let's talk about BMU. It's a unit. It's a specialized unit. So it's in a central place, and then it will be deployed in all the areas. That is BMU. Then you have the regional units, which the method of deployment is based on a ward-based policing, which means each and every ward will have specific people to work in that specific ward. They'll be assigned to that ward to do the 3 mandate functions that we are having. In that place, those officers, we have a term that we call a tri-band approach. We mix the 3 into one. So when you have that officer, does everything. He can do bylaws, he does road policing, and he does crime prevention at the same time. So we have those officers in the specific wards, and then they are assigned there for 12 hours, and then the others will come and take over from them after 12 hours. That is the ward-based policing, which is aimed at working with the communities in the ward councillor. There is an interaction, or there must be an interaction between the officers when they are deployed there, because we deploy as per the crime pattern analysis that we get from the stations. Like for when we are here, Johannesburg Central will give us every Monday to say, these were the crimes last week, these are the hotspots, the crimes happened in this area. Then our commanders, when we deploy, will deploy in those places to prevent crime from happening. And they also do the bylaws and so on in that specific ward.
All right. Now, how does that, because the city manager testified earlier this month or last month about a concept called 10 plus,
Yes.
which was apparently born out of the GDS, Joburg GDS 2040.
Yes.
Now, this commission has had so many concepts. So,
Yes.
what is the relationship between ward-based policing and this 10 plus that the city manager spoke about?
Okay. The Joburg 10 plus was the original concept of ward-based policing.
Yes.
That meant, it means in each and every ward, you'll have 10 officers. The plus, it's your SEPs, it's your other departments, your SARS, and the internal entities of that is the plus. So the Joburg 10 plus.
Okay.
Now, because of manpower issues, you can't have that 10 in other regions. So that's why we resorted to the ward-based policing. So it is the very same concept that we are applying. Fortunately, in region F1, I was lucky because right now we had about 456 officers.
Yes.
Officers. Then you divide that by the 4-shift system. And when you divide that, you will have about 113. You divide that by 12, it will give you about 9 or 8 officers in a ward.
Okay.
So hence, that's why we resorted to ward-based policing.
So this ward-based policing is, in as much as there was a 10 plus, so
Yes.
you got a 9 plus.
Yeah.
Well,
Is in it the 10 also comes from the specialized units because they also deploy there. But from me, I would have loved to have 10 exactly of the officers. You have 5 patrol cars in a ward, 2 each. That will maximize visibility in that specific ward.
Yes. Because that's why we can just explain to the chair the table that appears on page 4.3. What does, on page 434,
434.
434 of your statement, there are 2 tables there.
Okay. Okay.
If maybe you can explain to the chair and Commissioner Mabena, what are these tables telling us in relation to this ward-based policing or stroke 9 officers per ward?
Okay. The 4.3, it's a concept document that comes from the city safety strategy, which says the Joburg 10 plus. Where is it based? How? You'll have the specialized units that are deployed in that specific ward, and then you have the ward-based policing underneath. And then what is the function of the ward-based officers? They deal with our mandate, that is crime prevention, bylaw enforcement, and traffic management. Because here it is done in terms of saying, we can't say when there's something that needs bylaws, we say, no, I'm not a bylaw officer, we must get a bylaw officer. So the officer who's deployed in the ward must deal with the 3 functions. If there's a complaint around domestic violence, the officer must respond. If there's a robbery, most of them, they're being shot at and killed whilst responding to such incidents, and the bylaws as well. As they go, as they see people who are not trading correctly, they'll go down, engage with such people. If those people don't enforce and then don't comply, then they'll then enforce the laws by removing them forcefully in terms not to push them whatever, just to remove the goods to ensure that the area is clean,
Yes.
depending where they are trading.
So it is that part which I think is a little bit not clear to me. It might raise some questions at the commission.
Yes,
Earlier on, you spoke of the BMU.
yes,
There's a shift or a duties where at different personnel are deployed to
Yes.
do street trading or waste management, whatever the bylaws are.
yes,
Every morning you said, there's a parade, people are deployed there.
yes.
That's one part. But then you still then talk about this ward-based policing, where you are saying one officer must be able to
To do
sort
the
of
3
everything.
functions,
So
yes.
how, just explain, how do these 2 things relate to one another? Or
First-
how do they manifest themselves on the ground?
Yes. Firstly, is that the numbers for BMU are not much to reach all the regions. You've got, in terms of the city politically, you've got 7 regions. And then for us as police, we are having 8 regions, issues of policing. So they don't have enough manpower. So what we then did to maximize by law enforcement or our mandate, that's where we have the issues of the tri-band approach in the regions, where the officers can be of service to the people. You know, there is issues like land invasion. When people are starting to build, you have the first responders, which are the ward-based officers, who will ensure that they will delay or stop whatever that is happening before it becomes structures that are closed in terms of the PIAC. So it is very critical that to prevent it from happening whilst waiting for the hardcore, which is BMU, who will then comes with trucks and everything to do that. So our job in the regions is to ensure that prevention is the key. Okay. So that is why we are having that. And for them to do bylaw enforcement also is to maximize the bylaw enforcement in the area.
And I note on paragraph 4.5, that is a table of your deployment across the different wards.
That's correct, in the regions, yes.
In the region, my apologies. Now,
Yes.
you thought it important to highlight region F1 and F2.
Yes.
What's the significance of highlighting those two?
Okay. Firstly is that region F1, as it has its own unique challenges. That's why you have the deployment. The challenges in region F1 ranges from issues of crime, issues of bylaw enforcement, issues of overcrowding, public transport issues that we are having, which needs more manpower on the ground. And then region F2, you have about 8 wards in that region, and not much is happening, but also there is more or less similar challenges of what we are talking about, the issues of, your places of entertainment, your scrapyards and so on. So it's part and parcel of it, but the manpower there, it is divided in that situation.
Okay. So, know that some of us will be able to make any sense of what you have there, but on paragraph 4.6 and 4.7, you indicate the resources
Yes.
that have been deployed to both F1, well, I suppose the entire region F.
Yes.
Now, as a layperson, how do I know if these resources are adequate? You are saying F1 has 70 vehicles. I can say, why not 100? I mean, what informs the fact that, what assurance can you give us that these resources are equal to the task?
Okay. Firstly, is that the resources are never enough. With the kind of work we are doing, we would have loved to have more vehicles in each ward. The wards are big. For argument's sake, for example, we are having Ward 58, which starts at Miriam Makeba going down the whole of Forsberg until up to Brixton. That is, it's Ward 58.
Please.
Ward 58, and it's between your high road and Main Reef as you go down up to the companies down there to the engine garage. That is region F, the whole of Forsberg, the whole of Mayfair, all those areas. So if you don't have enough vehicles, but at least there must be a vehicle. For argument's sake, for SEPs, when they deploy in terms of sectors. Because of the resources, in some sectors, they've got one vehicle for a sector. So at least there is deployment. And if there is anything, they'll tell you that we had a vehicle or two. So with us as well, we do that based on the resources we have to try and as a regional commander, I would have loved to have about 5 vehicles in each ward per shift, which can work better for us in terms of policing.
And currently, how many vehicles do you have per ward per shift?
Currently, we are having 3 per ward, which when you times that by 12, is 39.
Okay. Chair, I'm aware that you said it a little bit late. I'm not sure if I'm encroaching on you and Ms. Mabena's.
Yes, we'll adjourn at 5:30.
Or at 5:30, okay, thank you. All right, so you are now explaining how you have deployed these resources in terms of paragraph 4.6 and 4.7. Now, on paragraph 4.8, you have attached, because the question that would arise would be, talk is cheap. How do we know that these things that you are saying are not in any way documented? You are just saying them because you are in the hot seat at the commission. What is the attachment? If you go to page 457, I see a report on page 457 of your statement being PJ2.
Sorry for that. Yes.
In broad strokes, what is this document?
This document, it's a report that is going to our oversight committee, which was requested by the chairperson and the councillors to say they want to see a document on ward-based policing for the whole city. So that is the document that is there.
So the issues that we've been testifying about so far,
Yes.
are they contained in this report?
That's what's supposed to happen, that's correct.
All right. Now, what is the status of this report?
Well, so far it has to be presented because I think the meeting is on the 15th. It will be presented there where the councillors will debate it. And then after that, if they have any concerns, I think it will go back to be corrected and then it has to go back again.
Okay.
Then it has to go to council for this one.
Now, in as much as this must still go to the portfolio committee and the council,
Yes.
what impact, if any, does it have on your current operations? Does it mean that you are still waiting for the portfolio committee to first approve? Why is it going to the portfolio committee for approval?
They had some concerns that they've raised as councillors. I had one councillor who was saying, I want to see the activities that have been done in my ward. So we need a monthly report for each ward, what we have done in each ward, times 135 of the wards in the city. So all the councillors, they're interested to see that, are we deploying as per the city's promise that we've got to implement the ward-based policing.
So this report does not suggest, so notwithstanding the fact that the report must still go, you confirm to the chair that the work is going on the ground.
Okay. Can I just clear another one? In 2023, as a regional commander in region F1, we then decided to go into the wards. That's where we divided the members in each and every ward. For argument's sake, in each ward, we had about 38 officers. Then you divide that by 4. So it means in each and every shift per ward, you'll have 9 officers. So that's what we went on with the 3 vehicles. So that also assisted us to ensure that there is visibility in the CBD and especially in region F1. And then in other areas, they're using the clusters where you find the 3 or 4 wards, you've got about 4 vehicles with about 16 officers are deployed in that area. But with us, we went straight to the ward-based policing, and we work better with the councillors.
Okay. Yep. So I just want to get a clear answer. So there's a report that goes to portfolio committee, eventually to council.
Yes.
The assurance that I would like you to give to the commission, because we have had situations before where people say there's a report that must go for approval. Because of that, I can't act because there's a report that must still go. Once it's approved, it's only then that we'll start implementing. So that's why I want to understand in this instance, is your ward-based policing still awaiting council approval, or is it in operation even if this is still pending or en route to Section 79?
Okay. Firstly, is that the ward-based policing was introduced somewhere under Mayor Masondo and Mayor Parkstown. It's just that the issues of manpower and so on, or maybe the willingness of commanders. But now, during my inauguration, the city manager gave me marching orders to say I must ensure that it happens in its fullest. And fortunately, as I implemented this in Region F1, for me, it will be easier. Number one is that whatever that you have, you deploy in the wards and you make sure that it happens. There's a lot of things that you do. Firstly is that in a ward-based policing, you must have what we call an action plan. What happens in the morning when the officers come after parade? What is it that they do? Then they'll go for traffic points. Then we deploy as a region in our key major intersections and the school points We do that for the safety of the children. Then 9 o'clock, we come back. 10 o'clock, we go into these wards. We do also the stop and searches depending on the times. And then also we do the bylaw enforcement. Also the engagement with the councillors, because councillors, they've got issues that they would raise. You know, there's a challenge of a tavern that is giving a residence problem. Then the officers will attend to it to try also get more information for our night shift so that we can deploy. So it's very critical that you have the action plan. Officers cannot deploy themselves. They must be deployed as per the challenges of the ward or of the region. So that is how the ward-based it's supposed to happen. So the action plan is more critical, which it talks to what you receive from SAPS as the crime pattern analysis so that you can deploy, and also the challenges that you receive from the community, business people and so on, so that you can provide a service.
Thanks. Now, let's zoom in on what this commission is preoccupied with, right? There's a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
It's labeled foot 9.7.1, right? First, can you just tell the chair and what is this document? What is explained by Chief of Police Patrick Jacob? What is this all about before we get into the contents there?
Okay, the document was in response to the unique challenges of Region F1, of bad buildings, abandoned buildings, probably also hijacked buildings. So it was a response that as JMPD in F1, what is it that we can do to contribute to the issues to ensure this problem is eradicated or sorted out before it causes problems like Usindiso.
But let's look at it, because I know the date, because I know I've seen one before.
Yes.
Dated March. This one is dated 8 April.
Because it was made for this, yeah.
Oh, so that's the part that I want us to explain. Is this document, you said 8 April, but was it authored on the 8th of April?
No.
Okay. So this is a document that has been in existence before
Yes.
today.
And it was used, it is used.
Correct. Now, you are saying that this is for F1 bed stroke abandoned building strategy.
Yes.
So, yes, who was the audience? Let's ignore the date for now. So who was the target audience of this document? Why was it prepared?
Firstly is that after the Usindiso, the city manager instructed the then COO, Chief Operating Officer, to have this bed building task team, and I was part of it. Okay. And there was a strategy that was done, which also relied on us as well to do something. But while sitting, I noticed that if we don't do a proactive identifying of these buildings, then we'll wait until something happens. So it is very critical, as you have members on the ground patrolling, they can also zoom in these buildings, where if they see a building which shows signs of dilapidation, then they can take pictures of such building, the address and so on, and then they will hand it in my office then as a regional commander. Then I will compile a report to the office of the COO with the picture to say, this is the building we had. We went on, and then there is signs of dilapidation. Can further investigation be done into this building? And then...
Before we proceed further on that issue, I'm mindful of the time. So in this document,
yes,
for the first few pages up until page 8, you identify or describe the challenges that arise out of these bad buildings, yes. Right? You speak about the challenges on page 3, the situation analysis, the description of the problem on page 497.5, and then you then go then to 497.9. Where you speak of the interventions, the policing, ward-based policing interventions with specific reference to bed building. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes, maybe then we can just talk about that, because I could see where.
Firstly, is this, these buildings, they need more attention from us as we patrol. So if there is a building like that, we'll intensify our activities around that building as Metropolis after we have identified that building. And these buildings are many there. It's not one, depending on where you are. But in the core CBD, those buildings are there. Then firstly, the signs that you see is the issues around rubble outside which is not being serviced. All the time there is, there is a heap of rubble and so on. Sometimes it is not good for health and so on. So such things, then when you get such things, you report them, we pick it up to do the necessary and so on. But also conduct our enforcement issues, our stop and searches around that building to prevent crime. But also, as I said, to identify early detection of such buildings, also assist in preventing more harm to happen to our people.
Yes, further down on that document, you speak of the improved response times to building complaints. What are you talking about then?
It's because the CBD in these buildings, there's people. Whenever there is a complaint, especially your GBV and so on, you need to have a team that will respond. The officers on the ground must be able to respond to such building. So it's very important that prompt response also help to save lives, and it's very critical for me.
All right. Now, here's the issue, Chief Jacquem. We have identified, in terms of this presentation, we have identified the problem. On page 47.9, you identify, or you speak about the interventions
Yes.
that you are putting in place, right, to prevent the challenge. But then when we look at your operational plan on page 497.11, you speak of a typical operational plan. Right?
Yes.
Earlier on, you spoke of the traffic management at the schools. I do not see anything that speaks to the things that we have covered
Yes.
in the previous slides. So where does that feature in on this operational plan?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Remember earlier I said when we start in the morning, you have your parade. There is what you call where you give duties and then you give a briefing to the members. What is the actual process of the day, what must happen? And then that's where these things they have been given, that colleagues, one of the two things that we have to do is 1, 2, 3, 4, the issues of buildings and so on. Also the issue around the roadside checks or the stop and searches that we do around the buildings. Also it will be determined by the crime pattern analysis that we receive from SEPS, and then also the issues around road traffic policing, your issues of obstructions and so on, and bylaw issues in that area. Then we then deploy. So the officers are briefed about what they are going to do. So that includes also the issue of buildings.
Maybe we'll take that point because I note from my time that I've exceeded the time allocated by the chairperson. We'll take that point further
Okay.
after the tea break. Chair, if it's appropriate, I suggest that we take, as requested, that it was 11:30 now. I've just
Yes.
encroached 2
We'll
minutes.
take a short adjournment of 15 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Rajak, I interrupted your testimony earlier on when you were still dealing with page 497.11. Just to recap, the question that I had asked was, after identifying all the challenges or the problems associated with bad and abandoned buildings, and having identified the interventions, now, how do all those issues translate into the action plan that we see appearing on page 497, 11, and 12?
Okay. Thank you, sir. The action plan is the way you deploy your members on what to do at what time. Now, what it's more, just to start with the one that from in the morning when they start, they know what they're going to do. Unless if anything can happen, maybe you have a disaster or whatever, then they can move around to go and do that. But they should know their standing deployment is that in the morning they must do traffic management, and then after that they must come back and go into the wards to do the activities in the wards, your operations in the ward. Sometimes we do have operations, bigger operations that we plan with the other units. We'll go to a specific ward. And then after that, they'll do the zonal patrols in the wards. And then also they can do bylaw enforcement operations as they deal with the issues as they see them. And then after that, it'll go back to traffic points at about 3:30 up to 1800. Then you have your night shift that will start as well, go on with the patrols and the issues of crime prevention as well, and until in the following morning.
All right. As an example, if you go to 497.11, right? You speak of item 3 as an example.
Okay.
Speaks to zonal patrols
Yes.
in the hotspot areas. First, what informs something we call a hotspot?
Okay. Firstly is that as we are tasked also with crime prevention, so the hotspot, the zonal patrols are conducted where there is hotspots in terms as identified by the crime pattern analysis from our respective stations. So in this case, the Johannesburg Central, it's one of the key. You have Hillbrow, you have GP police stations. Those are the contributors in terms of crime nationally and in the province. So we work with those stations, and then they'll give us whatever that they give, and then our plan, it's weekly done, so that we can be there and deploy. More especially zonal patrols at night. There's a nightlife in the CBD. People don't sleep. So if there's no visibility, you'll end up picking up bodies and so on and so on. So we need our visibility, you conduct your stop and searches, and there's a lot of things that you get at the time, firearms, a lot of things, dangerous weapons, drugs, that's what you get. And you still have people who are selling sweets at night. You can imagine at 11, somebody's selling sweets. It's no longer sweets, it's something else. You usually come out with drugs. So we have to do those proactive operations for crime prevention purposes.
Correct. And again, apologies for sounding like a broken record. How does that relate or assist the mandate of this commission, which is tasked with looking at the prevalence of these bad buildings and how do we resolve challenges around them? So how does these action plans, your zonal patrols, your hotspot patrols, as per item 3 and 4, how does that speak to?
All right. For example, I'll zoom in the Usindiso building. Where is it situated now? You've got about 4 streets that are covering that building. So around there, what's happening? So we need to have people around in that area. Make sure that people are searched. There is operations to ensure that there is, crime is being prevented. because if we don't do that, the area will become, you know, a bad eyesore to everybody, and the communities will be scared. So what we do is we patrol in those areas as per the crime pattern analysis, and also the analysis that we do as well as we go out when we get this building. Oh, this building has got so many people, it's overcrowded. You have people who are just staying outside. I hear that others are sleeping in shifts in these buildings. So we have people standing outside, others are sleeping. So if you don't have patrols, there's a lot of things that are happening. So the zonal patrols and the stop and searches, the vehicles that are traveling, they have to be stopped and searched. Not to say everybody is a criminal, but we need also to ensure that our crime prevention activities, they do contribute to the reduction of crime.
And then is this issue of reporting to the departments about what you saw during the day or in the evening about building, at what point does, of these 6 items that are here, which of those activities trigger that reporting of bad buildings to the relevant departments?
Okay, firstly is that as we patrol, then we identify a building. And then when they bring the details in the office, I will also visit sometimes and go there, check whatever, and compile a report. This report will then be given to the coup, and then also you give it to chiefs, which are there to investigate the status of the building, and then also they can check in terms of compliance, in terms of rates and so on, and then to check. Then also EMS can be tasked to go and check in terms of the fire safety bylaws, and that's where we go in with them as they do the fire inspections and so on. You have also the environmental health, who will go in and check issues of environmental health in that area.
Okay.
Yes.
Before I deal with the last aspect, Rajaka, if I listen to your testimony, I'll think that there are no problems in the city. You know, crime is well under control.
No,
you know, because there's deployment. But the reality is that we still have these bad buildings, and there's still crime around these bad, crime that contributes towards these bad buildings. So how are we to know as a commission that your interventions are working?
I wouldn't promise much, but if they are followed to the T, and I just want to declare in this commission that as a chief of police, I take CBD as a priority to me, because it's a mayoral priority and it is also attached to me. And I'll be operating from the CBD as well to ensure that things are happening. Because like last night I was on the parade here at 8 o'clock as the guys were parading, giving them marching orders on what to do and where and how, so that they stay committed. Because if you don't, as a leader, you don't come out to motivate your members, they end up not doing what they have to do. So it's very critical that you go there and you do something with them so that they can see what is it that they have to do. So the commitment from me, myself, and it will filter down to the members to ensure that this happens even more. We are intending also to get more members, which will also be deployed in the CBD to ensure this comes out as a success.
Okay. Lastly, there was a request, I had a discussion with the evidence leaders about the remarks that were made by the president. Remember, in preparation of the G20,
Yes.
the president did not have much complimentary or flattering remarks about Johannesburg. You know.
Yes.
He decried the state of decay in Johannesburg, in particular the CBD. And we are made to understand that arising out of that visit, there are some committees or task teams that were set up or proposed by the president for them to be set up. And I know you can't talk about all the broad structures, but I want us to focus on those that speak to safety and security.
Yes.
So what light can you shed with the commission with regards to that which was mandated by the president?
Okay, for policing or for safety and security, I'm in the community of safety and security with the provincial commissioner, plus also the Gauteng community safety. We are 3 departments that are placed there under that, so with the leadership of the provincial commission. So we are there in order to ensure whatever the president has raised in terms of safety get to be addressed in that committee.
Okay. Now, what is the purpose or the mandate of that committee? What is it called?
It's a public safety and security commission, or task team. Let me put it that way.
Safety
So
and
I don't have much about it.
Safety
Yeah.
and Security Commission. For now, let's title safety. Yeah. And then, and you speak of those 3 levels: the province, subs, and UN local government. So, what's the purpose of that whole arrangement?
Well, the provincial commissioner is a leading police officer in the province, and then you have his deputies, the districts, which is about 5 districts in Gauteng. Then you have the metros, and then the Gauteng community safety, which is it's in the office of the premier. So that's how we are.
So, what is it that this commission or committee or task team, what are they all about?
Yeah, that is a problem. But what I know is that the issue around the integration, it's very critical that we work in an integrated fashion. And then we also include other departments in that, because crime prevention is not about policing. There are social issues, there is issues of, a lot of things that needs other departments. So the integration part from the 3 spheres of government will assist in terms of crime prevention.
So, since its formation or whatever, has it started working, or is it still at the concept?
No, this one of the president, especially
this
the
one.
one. No, not yet. But we are having, last year, the Minister of Police initiated the issue around the cooperation agreement. We call it the IGR, which is from national, province, and the local authorities, where the city managers were made to sign a cooperation agreement in order around the issues of safety and service delivery in the province. So those meetings are going ahead. I'm sitting in the one for crime prevention wardens, which is chaired by the Premier of Gauteng. Every Tuesday, we do attend, where we have to give our successes, whatever we have done in the previous 2 weeks and so on, where with the provincial commissioner as well sits in that meeting.
Okay.
So it goes on. There is a lot of also of other committees that are the task teams or streams. You have also the finance, the communication, and so on and so on. There is a lot.
So that one is the one that was started last year already.
Yeah, that was last
So,
year.
just at that answer, the one that was announced by the president during his blitz,
Yes.
has anything come out of that?
No, not yet. We haven't set as a troika. We haven't set yet.
Okay. But is there a plan to give effect to that?
Yeah, the provincial commissioner will give directives.
Okay, that's fine. Now, lastly, Chief Director, it will be remiss of us not to speak. There are some operational, the commission has heard much about operation. The phrase always, the tongue twister, namhlanje, manje namhlanje.
Noma kanjani,
Noma
manje
kanjani.
namhlanje,
No,
yes.
there's namhlanje and there's noma kanjani. I never know what comes first. And I know the MMC will elaborate further about that, and even in the last session he did. What is the role of JMPD in this operation? Noma kanjani namhlanje? Is namhlanje-
That operation is a public safety or JMPD operation, which is led by the MMC from his office, but it's being implemented by JMPD.
Okay. What is that you're doing there?
Sorry?
What is it that the JMPD is doing there?
The operation is a form of an integrated approach that we deal in terms of policing and to ensuring the safety in the city, more especially the issues around bylaw enforcement, because it has been an issue in the CBD, more especially the issue of bylaw enforcement. What happens is that we have taken the BMU unit, it reports here in the CBD. We have taken also the tactical response unit, it's in the CBD. We have taken most of the units that are working in the CBD between 10 and about 1400, and then again 2000 until in the morning. So that is aimed at intensify bylaw enforcement, crime prevention, and our mandate, I'll put it, and road policing as such.
Okay. And this does not undermine, remember you spoke of BMU, ward-based policing.
Yes.
So this namhlanje noma kanjani, how does it interface with that program?
Yeah. Firstly is that the officers in the wards, they remain in the wards. They are being deployed in the wards. These are specialized units that are coming to complement and deal with the issues of crime and bylaw enforcement in a larger scale like they do.
Chair and Commissioner Mabena, those are the questions that we had for Evidence Chief for Chief Chaka.
Thank you, Mr. Sidumedi. Mr. Brickhill, any questions of clarifications?
Chair, good morning. Morning, Commissioner. No, we have no questions for this
Thank
witness.
you. Mr. Seminya?
Thank you, Chair. Chief, what we have heard is that most of these bad buildings, one thing that permeates almost all of them, it's lack of bylaw enforcement. You can agree with that?
That's correct, sir.
In fact, classically, Usindiso, as part one of this commission has established, was an act of arson by this individual trying to hide, thinking to incinerate the individual. He was not aware that he's going to cause a loss of life of so many, right?
Yes.
You're aware of that?
Yes.
And also that what exacerbated the fire was the amount of combustible material that was used to build shacks inside that building. You're aware of that too?
Yes, sir.
GFIS instead had done some number of visitations to that building and recognized those problems that I've identified, but without any correction. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
The president on 7 March has used quite some choice language in describing the city. He used the word it's archaic in its own infrastructure. You can't quarrel with that, can you?
No, I can't.
He calls the city filthy. You can't quarrel with that,
No.
would you? He says it's a town city. You can't quarrel with that
No.
either, would you?
No, I won't.
And he said in Sizulu, itabugile. You can't quarrel with that, can you?
No.
And he used even the vendor word, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, yokurua, that it is down the pits.
Yes.
You can't quarrel with that.
No.
And he says he couldn't even recognize the contours of the city because it's so dark,
Yes.
right?
That's correct.
That must be an impediment to crime prevention, that you can't get the city lights on. Am I right?
Yes, sir. It is.
Can't take a lot of money to light up the city, would it?
It won't.
But why aren't we doing some of these things, Chief? Tell me.
So, firstly, is that it's not within my ambit. That's number one, in terms of lighting, the cleaning, and so on. But as I've testified here, the issues around proactiveness, that as we patrol, there is issues that we do as officers that we need to report. We need to report if we are on patrol, there is service delivery breakdowns. One of them is the issues of lighting, is the issues of blocked pipes, is the issues of filthiness in the city, where you will have to report to the people who are supposed to do that. That is what's supposed to happen, and we try also to do that as Metropolis.
Well, I don't have a sense that you pick up a phone and you say to pick it up. Let's have a conversation how to keep the city clean. Do you?
So we do meet in those meetings. I spoke about the LETT meetings. Now that after most of the things have happened, the law enforcement task teams, it is there. It's like when they work at night, they will tell us which areas they are concentrating on, and then we deploy Metropolis there to ensure that they are safe or everybody complies with what they are doing on the ground. For example, if you go to Wandra Street as you go towards the taxi rank, there is a big skip bin in front of the taxi rank as you goes out. You'll find it being full to the T. And when you ask them, why can't you clean that? They said, no, we can't remove it because taxi people, they are giving us problems. So in such cases, that's where we go in and make sure that they remove such things. So it's like when they are cleaning, we go out with them whenever there is problems. But due to the issues as the president come, now it is our daily deployment that we do. We make sure that where they are going, we go in with them and then they do their job to clean the city.
What is the frequency of these meetings?
The meetings are weekly. Now that we were in this operation of the mayor, we're meeting on the ground as we do the job during the day, and at night they'll tell us the night shift they are coming in and at what time, and then we will deploy the members here at Mary Fitzgerald Square, and then they'll leave from here to pick it up people as they sweep and collect the rubble in the city.
You would know the association I have with the PJ building on Pritchard.
That's correct, sir.
It's a valiant attempt to make a building as A-class as you can find any corner of the world, right?
Yes.
But the filth the president is talking about is experienced daily by those who use the courts.
Yes.
Surely we can do better there, no?
We can do more than that.
Yeah, I want to have an undertaking from you that going forward we'll see differently. I have your word?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I had you delineate what subs and you do. Is there a line in the sand between the two of you? Are you doing something that subs is not doing, or subs is doing what you're not doing?
We work together. By law, we have to. So there is nowhere we are not competing. We are complementing what SEPS is supposed to do. With us, as we are assigned with crime prevention, we made sure that we remove, if it's possible, we ensure that the causes of crime are removed. Like as I was saying, the clearing of sidewalks, of ensuring that people are visible, there is no robberies and so on. And if I could take you back around the issues of the High Court precinct, we used to deploy members there walking around small street to ensure that the markings of people does not, even the bylaws along that road where it was to complement SAPS in their work in the fight against crime.
I somewhat heard you saying don't go into buildings.
say we don't go into buildings like when we do searches, unless if somebody has committed a crime outside, run into that building. Because once you start going into a building is the issues of the Criminal Procedure Act in terms of searching. You must have a search order, a court order to do that. So we rely on SAPS if they do have. For example, there's a day we had an operation, Chanela, with Provincial Commissioner Ntombeni, and then we went into N Street building. Then I could enter there. And whilst entering in that building, and I saw what was like in Usindiso building. And then I had to make sure that I take pictures and everything so that I can compile a report and give it to my crew to ensure that that building is being followed up in terms of ensuring that the issues are corrected in that building.
Jaywalking in the CBD, it's a sport.
Yes.
Nobody really respects the traffic lights,
Yes.
And that has been my experience in the past 20 years.
Yes.
Shouldn't that change?
It has to change, sir. First of all is the issues around awareness of our communities. We have to run vigorous awareness campaigns, because also the issue of, during the olden days, you would be arrested. You would go to jail for being there, not today. A person you might take to the police stations and they'll just give him a J78 or whatever form and then leave that person, he or she will go. It's like urinating in public. It's an issue. So it is around the issues of awareness campaigns. So we make our people aware the dangers of ensuring that our environment is not clean. So it is very important that we need to strengthen our awareness campaigns wherever we go so that our people can understand the issues around jaywalking. We are having this on the freeways. You wouldn't have people walking on the freeway like you have today. People walk in groups and so on. They used to be arrested, and it will deter people. Even now, in terms of the fatalities on the road, pedestrians are a problem, like we are saying, jaywalking. It used to happen where you'd cross a street other than where there is a pedestrian crossing. You would be arrested. So such things, I think, if maybe they would come back, but to me is the issue that about education, awareness campaigns that we need to do in order to change the mindsets of our people.
I want to suggest all of that is on your shoulder.
That's correct, sir.
So if it is going to change, it's because you, Chief, would make it change.
Everything
Right.
starts with me.
Yes.
Yes.
I proposed to one other witness that we could use guardrails
Yes.
to order the pedestrian
Movement, yes.
movement in the city,
Yes.
right? Would you welcome such an idea?
I will welcome it much because it's going to assist a lot if it is implemented in the city. We used to have such things before.
Yes.
Yes.
It seems to me, speaking gender specific, that if you had guardrails, you won't find at least our ladies going over the guardrails, right?
Yes, it won't happen.
So it would also facilitate your public education that you cross the road at the pedestrian crossing.
That's correct.
Will I see this happening?
Yeah, well, it's the issue of a multifaceted approach, which you have to include your planning department, your JRA, everybody. They should be involved in that so that we can restructure the way our sidewalk looks like.
Okay, at least I've planted that idea. Just humor me. My observation is this, and please tell me if you know it differently. Whenever I go through huge intersections with traffic signals not working, I never find JMPD there controlling traffic.
Yes.
Is your experience different?
No, it's not different.
You-
It is
you
there.
just see outsurance people there, right?
Yes.
But that's your function.
Yes, that's our functions. That is why we have strategically decided that every morning between 6 and 9, we go to the key intersections. We do that
I
so
don't
that
see
we
that.
assist people.
I don't see that,
Yeah.
Chief, but and it also seems from a distance that JMPD is just a revenue collecting facility, looking after expired licenses. That seems to be your principal job.
No, sir. Firstly, it starts with you stopping a vehicle. And the reason for stopping, it will be obviously to go to the disc and check if is it valid. It's not about revenue, it's about compliance. And then what we do also, because you might be asked to say crime prevention, how do you then do crime prevention? From there, you would introduce yourself to the driver to say, my name is Patrick Jaka, a Metro Police officer, and I've stopped you for 1, 2, 3. One of my functions is that crime prevention. How do I do that? I'll request to search your vehicle, and then if it comes, and depending the person, you can't go and search an old person, but especially if it's of our age, then we search such people. And then in most cases, you'll get illegal firearms in the boot, you'll get contrabands in that vehicle. So that is crime prevention on its own.
Okay,
Yes,
humor me, but my experience is that I get stopped every time, and there's no way my vehicle won't be registered. It looks good, but I get stopped all the time.
Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately, sir, criminals are not written. And most of the people that we know, when people are arrested for your drugs, big crimes, kidnappings, they drive these vehicles that you think there won't be mistakes on them. So you have to conduct your stop and search indiscriminately if you have.
And those are the questions I have for the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Semenya. Mr. Sidumedi, I dare say there is no re-examination. You just speak to the mic.
Certainly, Chair, there are no questions
Yes.
of the examination.
This, with regard to the admission of Chief Police Jaka's statement, what exhibit number should we assign?
Chair, I request the Chair to admit Chief Jaka's statement as COJ 10.
In
Together
the
with this-
annex charge?
that part always troubles me.
10.1 to 10.3.
Annexes, the first is annex 10.1. That will be the schedule, the PMU schedule. 10.2 will be the Section 79 report. 10.3 will be the PowerPoint presentation dealing with the abandoned buildings in Region F1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, may we stand down? The next witness is at 2 o'clock.
Is at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. Chief Police Jaka, we thank you.
Chairperson.
Congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much,
We
Chairperson.
thank you for having come to give evidence before this commission. You are now excused as a witness.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you to everybody. Thanks.
These proceedings are adjourned until 2 o'clock. Mr. Semenya?
Good afternoon, Chair. I beg leave to call Dr. Chwaku. To come to the witness stand. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Please give us your full names.
My name is Dr. Chwaku, MMC for Public Safety.
Sorry, I couldn't follow.
My name is Dr. Chwaku, MMC for Public Safety.
All right. Do you have an objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give us will be the truth, nothing but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Semenya. Mr. Sidumed, your witness.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Commissioner Bernard, the statement of Chwaku appears on page 500 of your bundle. It's a very, very last document in the Ashliva file. You're on page 500, isn't it?
Yes,
Page
sir.
500 is there.
So, yes, 500 is here, yes.
That's right. MMC, I think you have been, when you were sworn in, you did indicate that you are the MMC responsible for public safety and security. Am I correct?
Yes.
If you can just speak up, the mic sometimes, I can hear you, but very, very faintly. So if
Sorry.
you can just try to speak up.
Just that it's having every time I talk, the breathing.
Oh, okay.
That's
no,
fine.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
We want, in front of you is a statement that you, first I must indicate to the chair and Commissioner Bena that we unfortunately were never able to get this statement commissioned. But we just had to ensure that this something gets in.
Yeah.
We will still try that before tomorrow morning. We provide a commissioned statement.
Okay.
But nothing is going to change in the statement.
Okay.
Thank you. So there's a statement that is on page 500 there.
Yeah.
We want, because you have been part of you have previously testified at the commission, we want delve much into the introductory part of your statement. Safe to confirm that you are still the MMC for public safety. Am I correct?
Yes, I am.
And you have been there since when?
2 years ago, February 2023.
2023.
Yes.
That's correct. That's what we
Yeah.
remember from your last testimony.
Yeah.
On page 501, you can just go to page 501. The reason why you are here is because the commission had requested that you must provide a statement to account for the operations that have been recently held by your office. Are you familiar with those operations?
Yes, I am familiar. with the
Correct.
operations.
So in paragraph 2.2 there, you indicate that obviously, yes, you'll provide an update on the operation, am I correct?
Yes.
As well, you indicate in paragraph 2.2 that you also want to provide some context to the pronouncements that you have made during one of your interviews, am I correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, let's just get straight to the point. Paragraph 3 deals with the overall mandate of your portfolio. Again, last year we have spoken about this, so I do not think it will be prudent for us to repeat what has already been recorded. But you just confirm nothing much has changed insofar as that mandate is concerned, am I correct?
No, there's nothing much. The
Right.
departments are still the same.
Still the same
The units.
KPIs.
in the
All
public
right.
safety, yeah.
Now, on paragraph 3.3 on page 502, you make reference to technical and non-technical bylaws. Can you just briefly clarify what do you mean by that?
Yeah, look, you've got the list of bylaws that are from the city, and they've classified them to be technical bylaws. For example, Chair, the ones of your electricity compliance, your water compliances, environmental town planning, and all of that. And I believe that the chief, because I get my report from the chief has explained in detail in terms of those bylaws. And then you've got those ones which are non-technical ones, like the one on air pollutions and public health ones and all of that. But there is a list that is there in terms of the bylaws that have been done by the city. Yeah, and then we've been, since after the commission, we've been now trying to decipher or have meetings with colleagues to really look in terms of where are they located and who does what. And I think that that's when the chief of police came here and told the commission in terms of the description of the bylaw, how we manage them, what's the available chain, what is the chain on that, yeah.
Correct. Yes, indeed, I can confirm that early this morning we had a testimony of Chief of Police Jaka, who explained
The value chain.
operational aspects
Yeah.
of how the JMPD give effect to these technical and non-technical bylaws. But what I just seek to get from you before we step off this topic is, at an MMC level, oversight level, what is that is being done to ensure that the officers do implement and understand these bylaws?
Okay, so since the arrival, the JMPD did not have a chief, so it had to be stabilized. But our observation was the observation in the office, my office, and also of the HOD, was to say that you have a contestation from the directors to become the chief, your operations, your technical, and all the acting directors there. So we had to stabilize that. That's the first thing that we do. Secondly, we're in the process now to appoint a director of bylaw. He has not been there for years, but there was one was acting right now, Mangaliso. He's been doing a wonderful job, but the problem with the acting, you know that you can't 100%, put them the strategy, but he's been working, but to stabilize the department, that's what we've pushed to do that. And then secondly, we had a series of meetings, and I invite the commission to look at my X account, all the meetings we had. We've been having weekly meetings to review, to check the manpower of GMPD, and also to saying that, because they were saying that in the BMU, you will have a limitation. You don't have enough people because of the 4-day in, 4-day out shift. All right, but what happens is that we said, okay, but you do have a police using the 10 plus, the word-based, of which I got a report from Jaka, that it has been done. So we've moved away now, Chairperson, from having, you can say, an office, a unit that will be doing that. We've moved into saying that let us have an ideal JMPD that can do a tri-band, all three of them. So we've been having those meetings, and every Monday, we're meeting and getting stats of what happened on the previous night. We even says that we're not going to have only BMU and operations, all units. We found that the Reavaya unit, we've got people. We found that the taxi violence unit, when there's no taxi violence, we've got people. So every officer in the JNPD is doing the bylaw. We're having those meetings every Tuesday. You want to get the records, we can give you the records. We started to really intensify and just end of November, so December we're intensifying. Even now, every Monday, there are meetings to ensure that bylaws are enforced. And then what we did on our side also, Chairperson, is to saying that because bylaws are also dependent to the other stakeholders, because other stakeholders needs to go and inspect and issue notices. And then if people don't comply, then what I know is that then the JMPD have to come in, they have to enforce. So we're saying that this silo mentality of, not, having other departments, being there with us and also having this induction. We started to meet with a unit called CRAM. The unit called CRAM. CRAM it's a multi-stakeholder department. It's got health, it's got economic development, which are responsible for trading. They have to issue permits. And then you've got also you've got city power there, you've got all stakeholders are there to come and have meetings with us. We all get aligned. And then we did that work. We started with Ward 53 and Ward 123 in the CBD. That's where these problems are because of also the consent of the commission that they had in terms of bad buildings, bylaw enforcement on tradings and on the street tradings and also the spaza shops. We did a whole lot of work there to concentrate because that's a problematic area. So we're having those meetings on a weekly basis. Currently, we've met with the leaders again, and then we're having a workshop on the 14th of April, confirmed all stakeholders with the JMPD, and we hope that by the 1st of May, we would have had a director now, we would have appointed a director of a bylaw,
BMU.
because we got the thing that it looks as if the results of assessment came positive, but we have not confirmed that, but likely that we'll be able to do that. And on the MMC side, because I get the report, what we normally do is that we get a report from our colleagues, and then what we do, Tina, we initiate an operation called Noma Kanjani Manje Namhlanje. That one is to elevate issues. For example, we've
We'll
elevated.
get later on to the
Okay.
operations. For now, I just want to look at how your office interfaces with this whole bylaw enforcement.
Yes.
You spoke about the fact that there's crime involved. We now
Yes.
have weekly progress meetings
Yes.
to oversee
Yeah.
the enforcement of bylaws. And then in terms, and thirdly, you are saying there's been an acting position within the BMU for the
Yes.
head of the BMU.
Yes.
And you are saying that where is the process of filling up that position? Because I think the commission for the past 3 months, I can tell you, almost everybody that has been testifying has been acting.
Mm.
So we want to know, at least on my side,
Yeah.
what is the MMC doing to ensure that the position of director for BMU is being made permanent?
Yeah, that's what we went back to the city because the city had a problem with cash flow, and then the city has made a provision that all critical positions that are on spanner control are filled. So we were given a budget to fill in that position. Interviews were held, chairperson, and then selection was done, and then people went for the assessment. So we are hoping that by the 1st of May, we should be appointing now a permanent director for bylaw that will be responsible for that. I don't want to pronounce because the results are not out, but it looks actually positive. So I got those initial results. So what I do is that I'm always, without fail, meeting with my team on a weekly basis. And the proof of that is available on social media, and also we can give you our minutes that we're having on a weekly basis as well.
Okay. We'll come to the social media issues later on. How do we ensure as the MMC that the officers who are being deployed to implement these bylaws or to enforce the bylaws are familiar with their duties on the content of these bylaws?
With the interactions that we're having with the team, even chairperson prior to coming to the commission, we look at what the JMPD does, and then we found, okay, crime prevention, bylaw and traffic. So we found that there's when we had that meeting, okay, fine. We had a meeting and said that we wanted the report on all bylaws that were done in a financial year. And then they gave us that, but we found that more could have been done in terms of them doing, in terms of your outdoor. It was most on the outdoor advertising and all of that, and we needed to. Others were actually helping aggressively with the bylaw for electricity, for water connections and all of that. But we said to them that now we need to move into the other ones in terms of the street trading and all of that. But one of the things I said, we are resetting now, we are refreshing, we are reconfiguring, because currently bylaw is centralized. So we're in the process of decentralizing it. What do you mean by decentralizing? Is to make it available to all 7 regions of the city. It was centralized before, but when you kicked in what is called a 4-day in, 4-day out shift. 4-day out shift is like if you've got 1,000 police force, you divide it by 4. In a shift, you only have 250 officers. So with that shift system, it actually created a point that you cannot disperse everyone in all the regions. You have to centralize it. But we said now, because we're having a 10+, we're going to do what? Decentralize and ensure that even the regions are helping now to create that one JMPD, not a unit only, but a whole JMPD. Even if you are doing operation does traffic mostly and all of that, but we said there must be that. And we said, now when we're embarking into all this, we have to do refresher courses. And I can confirm, Chairperson, refresher courses are actually ongoing now. You want a roll call, you can ask the guys from the academy. People are coming for the training. And we're also even doing, furthermore, to even doing refresher courses now on speed writing, on the ticket writing. So we have taken back our officers to refresher courses to ensure that they're able to enforce, they understand in terms of the enforcement that they have to do, both on bylaw and on traffic. Those reports, we're getting them on a weekly basis. There are the challenges that we've seen, but the leadership is dealing with that, because either they think that it's a witch hunt. You can't write the citation properly, but majority of the people are there. If you can go in and have a look. So we are doing that refresher to all of them, even those ones now that we're focusing on traffic. Also, we're saying that they must focus on the bylaw implementation.
Lastly, on that aspect, Chief Jaka did indicate that ideally he would want to have. Of course, there are people that there are resources that he has deployed to bid for crime prevention or for bylaw enforcement, but as all of departments, he could do with some more resources. Are you able to share any insights on the provision of additional resources, be it manpower, vehicles, or whatever that can assist in the crime prevention and bylaw enforcement?
Yeah, what we've spoken about, we had the strategy session with the city chairperson. We're saying that the first prize that we have to do as a city is to review the shift system we're having and ensure that shift give us the more manpower per shift while staying within the 4-day in, 4-day out. The 4-day in, 4-day out shift is very important for the officers because it gives them enough rest, because before they were having fatigue and getting killed. So there are shift options that the city is looking at. That has been initiated. There's a task team that is working on that. As I said, Chairperson, is that what is so heartaching or heartbreaking is that with that 4-day out, you've got 1,000, and the whole 75% of your workforce is sitting at home on a shift, whereas you've got 25% in. So what the shift now, because the review now of that shift is happening, but we want to look now at the shift where we are getting more manpower, at least 50%, but within the ambit of a 4-day in, 4-day out. That is the model that has also been used by SEPS, by the way. Because if you remember, we had lots of officers before, because officers were working 8 hours or 12, and they were having 2-day rest, and some of them were committing suicide, others were getting very tired. So there was a constitutional judgment that we should go into a 4-day in, 4-day out shift. then that actually cut our manpower to a shift. JMPD has about 5,000, so 5,000 plus roughly. So with all the units that are there, you'll have 5,000 divided by 5, so we will have probably about 1,000 and odd, 1,000 force in a shift. So that actually cut down our manforce very low. But some of them, we give them what you call an overtime for special events, or maybe when we have to deal probably with the bylaw. So we said one of the things that is to, for a certain period of month, we give them overtime for them to come out of that. Secondly is that there is now a provision that has been made by the mayor that in the next financial year, we should be hiring now more JMPD. But the first prize is that we've got a lot of manpower that is sitting at home because of the shift. Let's review it within the ambit of the 4-day out. Don't touch that because it's a very serious thing for the officers. But you can work out a way that you can get more people out. Then the task team has been appointed and is working with the city manager to get more people out, more boots on the ground. Over and above the amount of allocation moving forward, we're going to be advertising now for more officers because the other traffic wardens that we've put in are in the academy right now to become MPOs. So those ones, when they finish, we are going to have an intake now of the other officers being traffic wardens to help with the bylaw.
So this you confirm then that indeed there are steps afoot to increase the resources of the JMPD.
Yes, they are.
All right. Now, let's get into, I must get this thing right. Operation Noma kanjani manje na
Manje.
Operation
Say manje.
Manje.
Yes.
Bezitshintshile chairperson.
Operation Manje namhlanje.
Yeah.
Sorry, my Setswana tongue is a bit of tight this way. Thanks, Chair. So, last year, can't call it this year, but during part A of these proceedings, you did elaborate on the Operation Manje namhlanje. I don't want us to get into too much detail about it. I think the Commission has heard a testimony in that regard. All that one needs to talk about now is the update on this operation. Specifically, on paragraph 4.3 of your statement, you do indicate, and testimony has been led by the city manager in particular, that they are on the ground in Region F to do a whole host of issues to implement a building strategy. So how does Operation Manje and Namhlanje relate to the current activities that the city officials are doing on the ground?
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair. The operation, we just made a mistake. It's Noma kanjani manje namhlanje. It means that Noma kanjani means at all costs, we have to enforce crime. We need to deal with crime. Noma kanjani manje namhlanje. We have to implement bylaws. Manje noma kanjani manje namhlanje. And traffic laws noma kanjani manje namhlanje. Just to show that agency of what we need to do. So this operation, Chairperson, they are, when we get reports from our people, they act now as the enhancers. It's not running parallel. It's also part of the reporting system that we are feeding into the city, to the HOD and to the other one. Because when we're done with that, we actually report what we found to the HOD gets a report, and then it also fits into what the city manager is doing with what is called a city strategy that deals with your public safety strategy, and also now they developed document on the bed building strategy. So we're all working, complementing each other. No one is really working parallel with each other. So it's just when you look at the KPIs and you find that the guys are in the CBD, but there are other buildings that also we need to amplify in other areas. For example, maybe in the areas, my area there, where you have warehouses where people have made rooms using cardboard, So it's a all concerted effort because there's a lot of these areas where these buildings are. So when they're in that area, we do communicate that we have an operation manje namhlanje in a certain area. That manje namhlanje, it can also be a crime, a prevention as well, because we do drug busts through the tactical reaction unit that was launched. With SEPs, we do operations in conjunction with SEPs on drug bust and all of that. So manje namhlanje, also in terms of the bylaws, the ones that we did recently at the Delvas, where I was there, the Delvas, in terms of the people trading and all of that. And also we look at the street tradings and all of that. And also we do bylaws of the dispenser shops. So we are elevating all these things, to the public space and also to the leadership of the city, that this is what we find as a public safety. These are the issues that we were experiencing when we enforced something. For example, you want to enforce the street trading, but you find that the people that don't have a permit, and then that permit is being developed, then the officer it will be difficult for them to do that. So that's what we're doing then.
So how frequent was...
Sorry, Doctor, I'm told, please speak up a little bit. We know that you've got a cold, but try to speak a little louder for our transcribers.
Just
Okay.
move the microphone
To
closer.
myself, okay.
As well.
Which one? This one? Both of them? Okay. Okay. And then this one is closer to, I think I'm more, okay. Okay. Thank you. Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Just say
Okay, I will, yes.
Just say operation manje namhlanje is again here.
Okay. All right. Okay. No. That's
I think, no,
the.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Must sound much better now.
Yeah.
So the question I was asking, how often, because in paragraph 4.4, you enumerate about 4.
Yeah.
Because when you're asked to do an update of the activities, you said since the beginning of this year, there are these 4 buildings that were part of the operation Manje and Namhlanje.
Yeah.
How often does this operation take? Because I only see 4.
Yeah. Most of the inspections of buildings are being done by the EMS and also the JMPD company. So what we do, Chairperson, is to elevate some of the complaints because the public in those bad buildings, sometimes they will cry out to the office of the MMC because we've got a tip-off line. After the commission, we'll also launch a tip-off line to report if maybe they can't find anyone from, they're struggling to get anyone. So there's a tip-off line that we put at my office. So some of these people, they will come and say there's a building that has been hijacked. People are coming to collect. So these were the highest risk buildings that we decided, let us take everyone to go and have a look and take all this, the stakeholders. We also have other, on the Operation Manje Namhlanje, other activities we're doing. We're not doing bad buildings alone. And also because now the mayor has launched what is called a high density service delivery. There's a lot of inspections of buildings that is really happening as well there. I went to, there's another I went to the Venin court and the mayor has been in Venin court, so I saw that there's a duplication. So now we're looking at those particular ones where the people have really have reported them and they are high risk, and then we elevate them into the city. And also we've asked now the leadership to go around and check some of these buildings, so we will do those to elevate them. So we will do one, one or two a month, and then the others I did not write there because the others, Chairperson, my team from the office led by Mr. Dembe, I said that they must remove them because they did other buildings, but I was not there. But my office was there. I said I wanted the ones that I was there involved. They will list all of them. But Dembe is there. Mr. Dembe sometimes leads. He's my strategic advisor. He will go there, and if I have to attend to other business. But there are a number of buildings and taverns, areas of entertainment, where you find that there's a lot of people and they are non-compliant. We even visited houses as well, which are being hijacked in those areas. But those ones, we gave them to my team and Mr. Dembe, and then myself. These are the ones I specifically went and checked, those ones that I've written here.
Oh, okay. No, that's fantastic. But so this is not, the commission must not understand that these four are the sum total of the
Yes.
operation. So
Yes.
there's a wide range. Now, speaking of this operation, you mentioned Jindo Court, De Villiers, Marshalltown, and Rissig, right?
Yeah.
Now, MMC, even earlier on, when you were saying your weekly meetings, you spoke of social media and all those issues. I think maybe that's the elephant in the room that I think we must deal with, right? So under paragraph 5, you make reference to an interview that happened at the Central Fire Station. But before we get to the interview itself, just give us some background or the circumstances around the Central Fire Station and your involvement with it during that day when you conducted an interview.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for that question. When I joined in 2023, when we were, if you remember, Chairperson, one of the programs, it was that Nwanje Namhlanje, it was to elevate bad buildings. And then when I got the report, I was so shocked that even our Central Fire Station advocate was hijacked. And I said, how can we are running after these buildings, but ours in public safety has been hijacked? And I said, it's an embarrassment. We really have to get onto it. That building was condemned by Department of Labor, Chairperson, that it's sinking. And knowing the risks that are there, that has been happening. And if you go to 1041 now in JMPD, there's a sinkhole, a very big sinkhole. And I asked the guys, but guys, this building has been condemned by Department of Labor, that is going to collapse. It's actually going down by me. They came and measured. That's why we had to move to Martindale, Chairperson. And then when we went there, I said, okay, let me go and do an oversight. Apparently people moved there, and for some reason, I think during COVID times, people started to moving in, and by the time people woke up, people have been occupying that area there.
Right.
And then, and I said, what if people here die? It was very concerning for me that, and they will die, and this building is going to be sinking here. And then I said, okay, guys, what is happening? We need to evacuate them. Hence now, the public safety chairperson initiated a process of approaching the courts for to seek, an order for people to be evacuated or evicted.
Right.
Following the court processes.
Correct.
Yeah.
So now we are aware that indeed the city went to court
Yes.
to seek the evacuation of the unlawful occupiers, and it is also common cause that on the 14th of March, as you indicate in paragraph 5.3, that the court made a ruling in favor of the city that indeed the occupiers must be evacuated. Am I
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Now, then explain now, there's court order on the 14th of March. So you are explaining in paragraph 5.4 then, what was the purpose of your visit then?
Yeah, I had to check now because when I got the report, because I've been getting reports now from the HOD and the chief of, in terms of the progress, and then finally they're saying that the court has granted the order to us. They went to go and check again to do a revisit and to our oversight, to look in terms of what has been happening now, and also to look at the place. But now we found that people now are fixing cars and a lot of the spaza shops which are there now. So we're just doing our normal oversight to really go and check and also meet up with some of the media personnel that they wanted to say what is the comment on the ruling.
Before you get to that, let's just, on paragraph 5.4, the date there, it says, I visited the building on 2 September 2023. Paragraph 5.3, the court order was on 14 March 2025. Can you see that?
Yeah.
And then, but the next paragraph, 5.4,
No,
it says you went to visit the building in 2023 as part of your oversight role to give effect to the judgment. So something is not correct there.
Yeah, I did that day visit, but the visit was just now, I think about a month ago.
Correct.
Yeah, we did a visit at the beginning. We also did our other visit as well to check. That's where it's not even that's why we got the people became aggressive. We were actually chased away from the building as well. But this one that we went, this was after the court has granted. It happened about a month ago, roughly. Then we had to talk to the people. You can correct that. Sorry about that.
No. So you went to visit the building after the order was granted in March 2025.
Yes.
And it is during that time you indicate in your statement that you were interviewed by ENCA.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
And then ENCA interviewed you, and now in that interview, MMC, you're highlighting some of the key issues that come out of that interview. In paragraph 5.5.1, that's the first issue that you are talking about, the tenants who are paying hijackers. These buildings, you expressed a view about tenants paying rental to hijackers, even though publicly they deny that. So can you just elaborate further on that part?
Yeah, in a number of buildings that we have visited, the chiefs can attest to that. In the other areas, we've managed to get the account details, and they've been handed over to chiefs for investigations. And then, in particular, when we had a meeting with those individuals, some of them that are there in that thing, they've claimed that there are people who are collecting money into the area there. So all that matter now is sitting with the chiefs to ready to do the investigation, and also a technical unit. It's a very fluid place, very rough area. I mean, when we went there, and other people, sometimes they actually, they didn't want to say anything. But when we leave, people, we give them their numbers, they start leaking the information, oh, this is where we're paying. You never, chairperson, directly get those things, but when you get one or two people to, people, they start telling you that we're paying to this number. So that one in particular, we just got the information from the residents which are in there. Okay. So it was just a tip-off that there is people that are paying rent there. But in the recent building that we have raided in Hillbrow, was last week, we managed, the person gave us the bank details. of who they are paying the rent to. So we gave that to GFITS, and also we gave it to SEPS for the investigations. Yeah.
All right. With specific reference to the occupation of Central Fire Station, because in the interview, you expressed the view that you do not believe that these tenants are not paying rent to somebody. Were you speaking about occupants of Central Fire Station, or were you talking about the tenants based on your other previous experience?
It's in general, Chairperson. There's no way that you can have people staying in those buildings without paying to anyone. That is a trend that we've seen, and I think that my colleagues, well, they can attest to it, because we work with the GFITS, we work with the Tekari and JMPD as well. There is no way that the modus operandi that people have told us that the people will be staying there genuinely, because some of the people are migrants coming from KZN, coming from Eastern Cape. And then you've got some of the foreigners that are actually renting there. That is the narration that we've been getting every single time. Especially the buildings that I visit. You have the majority coming from KZN and the Eastern Cape. People are staying there earnestly, don't have anything, but when they start getting piece jobs, you've got these individuals that come in and claim rooms. You find that in a certain floor, these syndicates, they will own that floor, and then there's next one and the next one. And they will be given an account where they should be paying this amount of money, right? So some of the things that the GFITS have observed, that's why in the raid we did a chairperson in Hillbrow, where we managed to reclaim that building. We managed to there were 3 hijackers. One just got away. One was coming from Limpopo, 2 were coming from KZN, and one wanted to run away. But the others were arrested by the tactical unit. So it's always the modus operandi that the people are staying there earnestly because the building is abandoned. There is no lights, there's nothing, but you've got these syndicates that can come in and claim it. Hence now you find that when you come in and you reclaiming your building, there's an element of intimidation. And I know some other people, that other owners that have contacted us, and we are actually dealing with some of those cases where there are dangerous individuals that are owning the syndicates are owning them, known by the tactical reaction unit and also the GFITS.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at a stage when you expressed a view, it was a view based on your experience with other buildings.
Yeah.
Were you necessarily making an opinion about the occupants of Central Fire Station?
Yeah, it's in terms of Central Fire Station, I knew that we're in the process of the courts because we respect the courts. There's a process that is there. We knew that, according to our informers and the people who've been telling us that there are people who are coming there they are collecting money. But also due to the experience, Chairperson, we have in terms of the city when we visited them, definitely there are people who are collecting, rent there. But also you'll find that there are other advocates that we said, other lawyers that obviously the people will come together, they will collect money so that they are able to defend them when they have to go to court. We've seen that on the land occupation as well. And if you go to the land, in the squatter camps, in the land occupation, you will have a leader that will be able to be collecting what they called it's a fund. They put it in a fund for legal purposes. And then now it has even went to a point where now they're collecting these funds for infrastructure. They're saying that they're going to approach the city to help them with the infrastructure. So that is what we're seeing also in the bed buildings, that there are attorneys that will be in the buildings, they will be defending people in court. So those are the things that when we're having public meetings and people, they will tell us, but no, this is what is happening. Of course, we're coming in as a city wanting to help in terms of what are the issues. Yeah, well, and whereas now we respect the court process because there's no way that we will, Chairperson, that when the matter is sub judice, we go against that. So we wait for those processes, but we go there to understand what is happening so that the information we get is able to fit in on the city strategy to give people alternative accommodation.
Okay.
Right, yeah, so.
The second aspect in that interview dealt with, because I had the benefit of listening to that, and this is what you also specify in your statement. You made suggestions or remarks about the need for judges to conduct inspection in locks. Can you just explain the context and what you meant in that statement?
No, thank you very much. I think this Chairperson, came out bad because I think it was in a good faith. We're not disrespecting the judiciary because they're all arms of the state. I respect them quite well. But case came out in terms of saying that, hey, when you go, I maybe want to invite the commission to come to Flora building. That's another building that is bad. Flora 1, where Chairperson, we went there. It's a privately owned building. That's where the 4 people died. And then when I went in there, there's a crash inside. It's very dark. There are kids. And then there are dead cats. There's a waste feces everywhere. People are staying in squalor. Chairperson. And I went there and I said, but in the question that we've been asking, maybe I've been asking myself, but there's an order that says that people must stay, but the city must give them alternative accommodation, which is, I respect that when I do the investigation, found that, hey, the city is not going to be able to do this, even the government, because of the shortage of houses. And I said, hey, is there something that maybe this can be done? It was probably a frustration. It came out bad in terms of that. And I'm glad that I heard that the commission has been going around doing inspections on all of that. Maybe they've seen that. So I've been guided by the wisdom of the commission. But in that point was to saying that, Chairperson, have you seen what is happening out there, our people where they are staying in? When I opened to another place, it was underground with all dead rats. It's got waste product everywhere. When you open up, there are people and kids staying there. And I said, is there something that that we can actually do to really understand, my chair, in terms of the problem with this issue? And then there are other buildings also that have been declared by the structural engineer that they are going to collapse. And I look into that. I did raise that to the previous city manager. Hence, now I think that they came back to court, and then there was a change now from eviction to evacuation. Because I said, where do you draw the line now? Because the environmental, the EMS and the environmental are declaring these buildings they are not safe for an inhabitant. You've got the EMS that says that this does not comply with the laws in terms of the fire. Any disaster can happen anytime. And I asked the question, how do you reconcile that? Maybe we should go back to the court. I think that's when now they went back, and then this judgment one has been changed to from eviction to evacuation now. That's what the report I got from the thing. It was that frustration. It was not in any manner to disrespect a judiciary and also your orders. It was just to saying that the frustration that we say, and then sometimes I think it comes out bad. If it comes out that way, then I apologize, because I respect a judiciary. Even the pronouncement I made, court or no court, it's just that frustration, but it's not by any means that we've executed, we took people out and then in contempt of the court, because the city manager will send us, but no, we've got a court order here, and then we'll pull back, JMP will pull back, we'll all pull back and let these processes to finish.
Maybe let's park the issue of because that is the remarks about the 65 deliveries. Let's close up the issue of the inspection in local in paragraph 5.5.2, because in that statement, paragraph 5.5.22, we are saying we are hoping that this will bring a win-win situation or a win-win and inclusive solution if there could be an inspection prior to the court orders being finalized. Can you just elaborate on that part?
Yeah, I was trying to suggest the chairperson that maybe we need to do inspection and go and check the conditions of the building. We look at some of the bylaws that have been implemented that are not being complied to, and we look at the risk of the individual which are there based on your EMS report, based on your environmental health, and so we look and also look at the condition of the building. There's no management and it's dirty and all of that, and we look into that and we see in terms of are we able to arrive at a different conclusion. Some of the thoughts, if I can think them, some of the thoughts that I was thinking in terms of, I said, maybe, Chairperson, if you have a look into that, we can have a way that to really sort out the issue. I know that the issue is that we as the city, we must give the government alternative accommodation. But in that point, because we haven't approached the court yet, some of the things I've spoken to some of the colleagues, even the NGOs and some of the people that is to say, look, because we don't want to find wanting, these buildings are not complying with the legal things. Is there another way we can do that, such as those are the conversation maybe we could have. But the one that they took to court now was the one of, the building does not comply with the bylaws and we have to change from eviction to evacuation. That helped the city because now at least we can just provide some shelter and with the basic, the services, not the transit accommodation. The one was just I proposed, Chair, we were talking because saying that we must look now as a city in the possibility of a partial evacuation. What do you mean by partial evacuation? When we look at the report, especially for Casamia, not for Casamia, which has got 200 plus people, when they did an economic analysis of the people there, some of the people a chairperson can afford. You find that there was a person that earned as much as 40,000 and the lowest was about 7,000. And then said, these are the category of the people who maybe we can assist in terms of finding them accommodation. We can help them with the, what are those people who are real estate people to find them accommodation in the city. One by one, we can allocate them. And then secondly, we look at the vulnerable ones because there are the vulnerable ones there who've been staying in there for years. They've got what is called the sectional titles. Then in Ngoma Kokobadal, and said that then the city must look in terms of how do we take care of those through our social thing. So those are the things that I said we must look at. And then I think I did even conducted, I think the Siri thing where a meeting there in my office, the partial evacuation. And also we're talking also, Chairperson, of what is called a partial, the partial maintenance, where tenants will be able to move into the top area, but to engineering-wise, when you are doing some renovations, you are able to use engineering to fasten up the area. People move in the other area, you can fix the other area like that. You do floor by floor. Those are the conversations we started to have because we did not. I said that the court has made a ruling, and we must be able to respect that. But sometimes I said, is it possible maybe before this ruling, let us, all of us, maybe do an inspection of local to just see the squalor that our people are staying in and see if maybe we can arrive at a different scenario. That was in the context what I said, it was the frustration, but not in a way that I have to undermine the courts and everything and their ruling. It was just the statement I made.
Yes, which is why actually in paragraph 5.5.25,
Yeah.
you explain maybe if we want to need evidence, in paragraph 5, if you can just go to paragraph 5.5.25
Yeah, see that.
and explain it in your own words what you mean.
Yeah, this is what I just said now, that I'm no way attacking it. I believe in the judiciary, in the three arms of state. I respect them very well. But when I saw that what is happening there, and you know what, it was just maybe another way, Chairperson, of saying that can you please see what we see, and the frustration that we're actually getting. And also I know that when something happens to these individuals, who's the ultimate person that will be accountable? Who will be called to the commission to come and inquire? It will be ultimately myself as a public safety. What have I done? So it was a cry to reach out in terms of that, but no way to disrespect the judiciary and attack it. And I hope that it will be taken on that spirit, because I respect it. You can see in all in all operations we did, if we get a letter from Sikhale, which is our group legal, and from yourself, that there's a court order here, we immediately stop, we abandon. And some of the people that came, there are so many attorneys who came when I was doing operation, they show me court orders, and then we abort, because we respect those court orders and we respect the judiciary.
Okay. And then just to remind ourselves, yes, we take point about the judiciary, that you as the MMC for public safety, is that part of the executive? Am I correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And then as a member of council, you are part of the legislature.
Yes.
So when you speak of the three the three arms of the state, the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. So you occupy at least, well, not at least, both the state, the executive and the legislature, am I correct?
No, I'm coming from the executive part. I got sworn in and then I moved to the executive part.
Oh, okay.
Now the legislature does an oversight to the executive. Okay. That's why I have to go and account to what is called the Section 79 committee and all the issues. So I don't belong to all of them. But now if I am no longer in the executive, maybe at the behest of the mayor, I'm recalled, then I go back to be a councillor and I sit in the legislature. You cannot occupy all of them.
Correct.
The other one does the oversight of the other.
Correct. But the point being, as a member of the executive, we're expressing views about what you would suggest the judiciary must do in
Yes.
and that was not, as you said, not in any way an attack on the judiciary.
Yes, it's no way, because we always do that, Chairperson. Even sometimes when the legislature, they come to us and do oversight, and we said that, but now you know, they will make some statement and calls on us in terms of, you know, we're not accounting, there's something wrong, but we take it on that light that, you know, it's their, you know, free speech and everything, but we come in and we explain ourselves. Whatever pronouncement we make, that find that maybe they need a clarity, then we get called in Section 79. Or any operation that we do, we always account to the Section 79. And if whatever we do that they feel that it was not right or something, but most of the time we'll be complying with the law. And we know that, I mean, if you can check, for example, the issue of the street, you know, traders, it's a frustration, but there is a court order that we must not remove them. So we go to them and just saying that you cannot trade in this time, move this way and move this way, because the city is developing, it's going to implement the permit system, and they know that the matter is sub judice. When the matter is in court, Chairperson, there's nothing we can do. So there is no way, there's not even a single operation that I was charged with a contempt of law. Yeah, because I was told that when you come in, you're the first time you're being in the executive, you do the work, and then when people explain to you that what court orders mean, what can happen, because they said you can be arrested, and ultimately the city manager can be arrested. And then that's what I did not want my colleagues to be arrested on something that I've done.
Okay. In that interview, you also, the interview was at Central Fire Station, but in that interview, you made reference to another building, 65 de Villiers.
Yeah.
You remember the 65 de Villiers, which was initially closed
Yes.
by the city officials?
Yes.
And then, again, it's common cause that the owner of that building went to court, and the court granted, well, they declared that the city had unlawfully dispossessed that owner of his building, right? Now, in that interview that I speak about, you made reference to that building. In particular, you mentioned that that building will continue closed despite the court orders. Can you just explain again what did you mean by that?
No, thank you for that question. Chairperson, what we meant there was to saying that when we got the report that they said there was a court order, and we got that from the city manager. But in that court order is that you cannot occupy the building inside because it did not comply with the EMS laws, and some of the bylaws were being infringed inside. There's a lot of bylaw infringement there. There was a building, constructed structures there illegally and all of that, and also does not comply with the EMS Act. So I think that Chairperson came out bad, not to say court order, no court order, but what I meant to saying that the guys would not be able to occupy inside unless they are because the brief I got later was that the guys need to comply with the bylaws first internal, ensure that it complies with the city, and then they're able to really take over the building and occupy it. Because the inspection we had there was an illegal bottle store, not illegal bottle store, an illegal club that was being done inside. It has never been approved by the city. There were structures that were put in, they've never been discussed with the building control. So there was not complying with the bylaw at all. So it was said in that context, Chairperson. So no way that even if there was a court order, people must come in and all of that. I think that even Group Legal explained to them, it was in that context, not to saying that we'll disrespect the order and we're not going to take that. But if it came out like that, it was not like that, and we wish to apologize. But it's to saying that irrespective, the order gave you back your building, but it means that you still have to comply with the laws of the city. That's all, and then they're able to enter into the building. And then we just warn them as well that, the way that they opened that building and trashing it, and, the way that they opened it up, it was not a very good PR in terms of that.
Okay. Let's just separate two things. We'll come to the issue of the project. The 65 de Villiers, the city closed the building and prevented the owner from basically exercising control over the building, right? An order was granted that city, you had unlawfully dispossessed this building. So give back the control of management of this building back to the owner. That's one part.
Yeah.
Now, you are speaking about the conducting of illegal, I want us to separate the conducting of illegal activities versus the taking control or giving the owner control
Yeah.
can you just clarify that, I suppose? I think it is that
Alright.
it's not coming out, it's within the context of your statement.
Okay. What happens is that they were having an operation in that area there, Chairperson. So we've joined them during the day. I've joined them in that building. It was the MMC for Economic Development, MMC Nomoya. It was MMC Unis, that's responsible for building control and town planning. So we joined them myself because I'm on public safety. So, and then we saw that there's a lot of bylaw infringement during the day. Then I left. Then but the building is going to be closed according to the bylaws that they were not things. Then I left a chairperson. Then later, that's when now I went back to do my oversight to check everything is closed or not. And then when I saw people, they were breaking in, coming into the system because on public safety, I need to go and check what's happening. Immediately, I went there and said, what's happening here? People have been breaking in into this building. Where's JMPD? He said, no. And I said, look, then immediately we took questions and then people were asking what's happening. I said, look, this building doesn't comply with the bylaws. None whatsoever. And I don't think that people should be coming into this building and because the EMS has condemned it, environment has and all the entities said this is not a workable building. And then after that, when the comments were made, and then after that I got a briefing from SCHA that no, this is the position we're having now on the building. The order has been granted. I said, oh, okay. And then the person has been given the building itself, but they can't occupy it because it does not comply with the bylaws. That's the briefing I even got from the city manager after that. But during the day on the operation, I saw it, I was in there as well. And also there were some other undocumented foreigners that were there as well. And also there was goods, what you call, they were using it, Chairperson, as a storage of second-hand goods. And there were quite a lot of them with creating a fire hazard. That's why the EMS also had to intervene. And then I left that. That's when I came later, about 5 or 6 or so. And then I got a briefing from the officers that people it's been open now. And then immediately I just had a text from the city manager, what's happening? This is not complying at all. So no, the building has been handed over. I said, oh, okay. But what do you do now with the bylaws that are not being complied to? We said, no. We've handed over the building. When they were breaking, they were breaking into their own building because we were worried about the manner of which that building has been broken. The damage into property, publicly, it's not looking good, it looks like it's anarchy. So we told us that no, people have been allowed to go in, some of them to take on their goods because some of them were storing their goods. So, and then after that, when I go say, oh, there's a court order, I said, no problem. Let them comply with the bylaw. We have no issues for them to hand it over their building. So it was in that context.
Okay, MMC, they say hindsight is the best science, right? When you reflect on the statement that you made at that time, and I'm paraphrasing here, MMC, I'm not in any way directly quoting you, it's a paraphrasing, is that the impression that one gets when one listens to that clip is that you are saying whether there is a court order, whether there is a court order or there is no court order, this building will remain shut. Nobody is going to occupy this building. Based on this explanation, and when you reflect on that statement that you uttered in that clip, what would you want to tell, or what is that you would want to say as you reflect on the matter?
I think, Chairperson, is that if there is no, the statement must not be taken into it that we are taking a judiciary. We respect a lot. And unequivocally and unreservedly to saying that if that seemed that to be a case, I withdraw it, publicly so. And it's not, we are not in the business as the executive to really undermine a judiciary. We respect it a lot as the arm of the state. If it came out of that impression, and we have to apologize, recently. And in all those pronouncements that maybe I've been perceived that said that there's not even a single time that we went against any orders. The record speaks for itself. If maybe the commission has any example of those, I'm willing to really check. But sometimes this thing, when you're on the ground and you have to keep people safe, you have to enforce the issues. You sometimes have to say that this is what is happening and it's so wrong. And you ask yourself, but how, this is a question you asked, how can a judgment to be in this nature? Of course, there are recourses where you have to appeal and all those things, but sometimes you say them as politicians and also as public reps, but this really does not make. That's why I even said that I'm happy that the commission now has done their visits to check on the state, because it's a frustration out there. We want to ensure that our people are safe, and we don't want to come back to this commission and explain ourselves where people are being killed and all of that. It's a pain that we are looking at on a daily basis. It cannot this be taken as a in no way disrespecting a judiciary on our side.
As a matter of fact, was the 65 de Villiers given back to the owner thereof?
We've pulled back. We've pulled back. Immediately when we got a proper briefing later, we pulled back. Even the informal traders that were there, when we heard that the matter is sub judice in court, this is what we need to do. That's why we left it as well.
Lastly, MMC, and I know this is your space as the politician, I think we have said we have reflected on the remarks you made on the sleep. You will still be a politician even when you leave that stand. There's still going to be other moments where you're going to be asked questions pertaining to bylaw enforcement or issues of the same nature. What undertaking are you making to the commission about the lessons learned about how your messaging comes out to the listeners, viewers, or people who are using Twitter, I don't know these X things. What are the lessons learned, and how do you ensure that such regrets don't happen again?
I think that what we are busy doing now in our IDPs and chairperson and community meetings, we're saying that there are court processes that are there. People can be frustrated in terms of the city is not clean, bad buildings are there. But there are processes, that there are laws that are governing this country. So we have to be patient, because we found that the community, they don't understand all these processes. They get frustrated because some of these bad buildings are attracting criminality and all of that. They are taking their value of their buildings down and all of that. So through their frustrations and also through these meetings, when they pressurized us when we're doing our campaigns, we've taken upon ourselves as the city that we need to educate our people about that. There are court processes that needs to be followed. For example, the one of the informal traders, which is there. People, they see that informal traders are everywhere. But we're saying that there is a matter sub judice, there's a judgment that has been put, and the city has to comply in terms of putting the permits. So it's an education to all of us, and also us as the politician, we need to say that and articulate it. I think in many interviews that we started with the articulation that there are processes that are there, and then sometimes when the matters is in court, it's sub judice. You don't have to pronounce on it, because that's when whatever you say can be used against you in the court of law. I think as a politician, that's what we've also learned as well. 2 years down the line on the executive, if the matter is sub judice, whatever you say and say publicly can be used against you. So one of the things that we are talking about with our colleagues, frustrated as we are, Chairperson, in terms of that, but the law is law and we have to abide that. That's why, and I repeat, I always tell people now that the matters is in court, and we've never gone against any judgment, none whatsoever, with all the courts that judgment has been done. So-
Yes, MC, just clarified on that point. Yes, I take your point about the people at the IDP meetings. You know,
Yeah.
You're talking about us, the masses,
Yes.
right? Being processed. Let's put those aside. Those are people that at some point we will deal with them in terms of statements that they make. I'm here talking about MMC Chwaku,
Yeah.
that when the MMC reflects on the interview in the, whatever that clip is, the ENCA interview, and probably other, I'm not aware of other interviews as well. That what is your reflection, and what is it that MMC Chwaku is going to do differently to avoid a situation where it comes out as if you do not have any respect for the judiciary or the orders. Forget about the fact that a matter is sub judice is a
Yeah.
matter, because the court process is still underway. The court, if you take 65 divilliers, the court was done now, so that means it's not sub judice anymore, right? It is post, a ruling has been made, open up the building. So I'm thinking about that part. Yes, there's sub judice, but there's also parts post matter being sub judice where as politicians we make statements. So I'm just saying, what is it that MMC Chwaku can tell a commission, and what are the lessons, and how are things going to be done differently going forward?
I think that on the matters that are affecting the judiciary, we should be very careful, and we should be, as politicians, to educate people to respect the law. In many now of the interviews that were there, is that our corrective measure is to able to explain what do you mean about these court orders, and then what are the implications that you are not, if you don't actually comply with them. So if that statement that it actually came out as if MMC Chwaku does not respect the judiciary, I do, Chairperson. And I wish to unreservedly apologize to this commission if that actually came out to be like that. But going forward will be, in many of the platforms that have been there, we've been sort of saying to the people that the matters, we need to sort out the issues. Even with the mayor, the meetings that we're having, we have the Assembly's legal team to look into issues and interact on those. But obviously, myself, when I talk about ITP, I talk about the comment that are there, that if the court orders are there, there's nothing you can do. The court has ordered, and then we must abide by the order. And up until we must comply 100% with that. So that actually, when that was brought, was actually brought to me, I really had to come to this. I was happy to come to the commission to explain myself, and also to saying that if that came out that way, then I reservedly apologized. And moving forward, as we started now already, we are explaining it, what is the meaning of the order, and people must respect the judiciary. And I said it just sometimes comes out after the frustrations of the communities that we lead out there, that it looks as if we are not doing anything. The wheels of justice that are turning to very slow, but we have to explain, we have a duty as politicians to really explain those kind of details to our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Those were the questions and evidence in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Sidumedi. Mr. Brickhill, any questions of clarification?
Chair, we find ourselves in a position of some difficulty to deal with this witness at this stage. The witness's evidence has gone substantially beyond his written statement, which we received overnight. We received his statement overnight. There are matters on which I'll need to take instructions. The very interview, the ENCA interview, is not before this commission, either in terms of its text or the video clip, which makes it very difficult to pose any questions to the witness at this stage.
Yes.
So, Chair, we would seek your direction in terms, and it is also late in the day, and the issues that we may need to deal with him on are likely to take more than half an hour in any event. So we would respectfully seek your direction, Chair, in terms of an appropriate date once we've had an opportunity to take those instructions.
Yes. Is it my understanding that you intend to cross-examine the witness, or you want to put questions of clarification?
It may be both, Chair, but I need to take instructions from the ICF and SERI on those matters.
Yes. Are you able to take instructions and advise the commission by tomorrow,
Yes, Chair.
particularly with regard to whether you intend to cross-examine? As you know, it's a process
Indeed,
that
Chair.
must be followed.
Indeed, Chair. As you'll appreciate, Chair, we haven't had the opportunity on this occasion to
Yes.
follow that process, having
Yes.
received the statement last night.
Yes. Yes. So I will await your instructions then tomorrow to find out if there will be an intention to cross-examine the witness or not. In which event, if there are questions of clarifications, the witness may come back on Monday.
Chairperson, we can certainly provide those instructions and that response to you tomorrow. We may have a difficulty with my own availability for Monday, but we'll engage with the evidence leaders on
Yes.
that.
Are you able to give us an indication of your own availability?
Chairperson, I regrettably am unavailable on Monday and Tuesday next week. I'm available later in the week.
Yes. This commission will be unable to sit on Wednesday and Thursday next week. So you will liaise with the evidence leader then?
We'll do so, Chairperson, and
Yeah.
we will endeavor not to disrupt the proceedings of the Commission and to move as swiftly as we can.
Okay. Mr. Siminya?
Doctor, your qualification is in mechanical engineering.
No, advocate.
It is in what?
It's in chemical engineering,
Chemical engineering.
science and technology, and then specializing in chemical engineering.
Okay. Safety and security is not one of them.
No, I got that from working as an organizer, so I got to interact a lot with the security forces. But it's not what I've studied for.
No, it's in light vein that it is not chemistry you're dealing with. Correct?
Sorry.
It's not chemistry you're dealing with.
Sorry, awuvakali, advocate.
It is not chemistry and physics and geometry and trigonometry that you're dealing with in your portfolio.
Yes, or general relativity or quantum physics.
I haven't asked about that. I've been listening to your answers to my learned colleague. You just go all about
Yeah.
space, and I am afraid I will not allow you to take us into the forest of words. You keep apologizing on condition you are misconstrued. That's not an apology. Am I right?
Sorry, I don't
You
understand.
keep apologizing on the basis of a condition if I'm misunderstood, if I'm misconstrued, if I'm understood. That's not an apology. You are being a politician now. Am I right? You withdraw it if you are misunderstood. Is that what you're saying?
What I said is that I said, advocate, I said, I apologize unreservedly. And then I even got the verdict that, you said there's a concern.
No, I don't understand what you're saying now. Just speak with some measure of clarity. What are you saying?
No, I'm saying that in the manner, in the pronouncement made, I apologized. It looks as if that the way that it was
It is that
perceived.
qualification I'm after.
Yeah.
What does it look like when you say court or no court? What ambiguity can there be in such a phrase?
No, I wish to apologize, advocate, unreservedly, if that's the correct English.
So-
Unreservedly, and there's nothing untoward to it, there's nothing hidden onto it, nothing political about it. Don't take it that way.
Please, it is not how I take it, it is how you pronounced it. You are the one who used the words court or no court. There's no ambiguity, am I right, on that
No,
statement?
No, there's not. If there's a
And-
court, there's a court.
And there are
order.
no misconstruction that is possible from that phrase, am I right?
Look, yeah.
And it doesn't
I
help.
apologize.
Sorry?
That's what I said ultimately at the end, that I unreservedly apologized.
And it doesn't
then I don't
help-
want to qualify it with if or anything like that.
Correct.
Yes.
And it is unhelpful if it comes from a politician who commands a wide audience and respect from the populace. Am I right?
Yeah, I agree.
And your apology is, as you say, unreserved.
Yes, it is.
All right. You'd know again that the problem with bad buildings, one of the contributory factors to it is non-observance of the bylaws. Am I
That-
right?
There's a statement that has been put by my colleagues. In
Yeah, you
terms
don't
of
have
that.
any reason to question that statement. Am I correct?
Yeah, they came here and made those inputs in terms of the
I know
reason
they
bylaws.
did, Doctor. I'm asking you whether you have information that countermounts it, or you agree that is the case.
The statements, I've written a statement, advocate, in terms of explaining myself, what is my view in terms of the bad building. It is there, in terms of what happened.
But I
So-
haven't asked you what happened. Please listen to the question. One of the contributory effects to the bad buildings is non-observance of the bylaws. Do you accept that fact to be correct?
Look, I want to, if you can give me a chance, advocate, because I really want to answer you, but you really try, young Bosha, so I'm trying to really answer you, ma. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes.
Because what I know, Chairperson, is that bylaws are being done. Bylaw, what do you mean by bylaw? EMS, they go and do their inspection. Environment, you've got bylaw, you've got town planning that are actually going to do those things there as well. That's why I'm saying that the inspections are being done. That's why I wanted to listen in terms, that's why I really don't understand. When you say bylaw, you can, I would say which bylaws that are not being forced, because according to the presentation that was done by the EMS, they've been doing the building inspection. That is also the report that I got.
Safety and security is one of them, right?
Sorry?
Safety and security is one of them.
Yes.
That is non-observed. Usindiso is precisely a criminal offense that happened there. Do you accept that to be correct?
It depends when you're saying that safety and security. When we are doing our own VISPOL, as written by the chief, because on safety, on security, we are at the parameters of the city, but when there's a reported crime, we go in and do the work in the buildings. Or when there's a suspected crime, obviously, we go and do our raids when we found that there's something, and that raid is done with the SEPs. So we will do our VISPOL around the area to check what's happening. And indeed, safety and security in terms of crime, we don't say safety, it's actually crime prevention. We do it in the perimeter, and also if there's any criminality happening into the building, that's when we actually have to come in. Obviously, when you come into a building, you must get court orders. We must get what is called a warrant to go in.
Doctor, please.
Yeah.
Did I ask you anything about VISPOL?
Visible policing.
Did I ask you anything about visible policing?
It's under the safety and security.
The answer is yes or no.
It's, I'm trying to say that when you say safety and security is broad, but what we normally do, Tina, is the VISPOL, which is part of the,
Okay.
the security.
Okay, let me try again. One of the contributors to what we had ultimately like a Usindiso is non-observance of the bylaws, including those relating to safety and security. Am I right?
I've submitted, this affidavit, Chairperson.
Apart from what you
Yeah.
submitted,
Yes.
just answer the question.
Usindiso bidding, that's why I'm trying to say, Chairperson,
Yes, don't tell us
Yeah,
about
I'm
what
telling-
you've submitted.
because the affidavit, I've read them as well, that there was a bylaw being done there by the EMS. There was a joint operation that was done in this particular building there. That's why I'm saying that when the advocate is saying that there was a lack and oversight, but there was operation that were done, and they are written and captured on the affidavit.
Did I
on the
ask you
EMS.
anything about what you are saying?
You were saying that there was non-observant
No.
of the bylaws.
Mr. Sidumedi,
Because I've got the benefit of having been part of the proceedings all along, but I think it will also be of assistance if maybe Advocate Senior can make specific reference to a particular bylaw and say, there was non-observance of this particular bylaw on citizen. Maybe that will help to, I fully understand,
Yes.
maybe that will assist to avoid this dialogue.
Do you have any confusion about the bylaws of the city?
Sorry?
Do you have any confusion regarding the bylaws that the city has passed?
That the city?
Has passed?
Which one?
Any one of them?
No, I don't have any confusion.
Yes. In relation to your portfolio, there are bylaws relating to safety and security. Is that factually correct or not?
Can you name them in particular?
No, I'm not naming anything. I'm
Because-
asking you.
Because, Chairperson, bylaws are broad. Bylaws are really broad. You can have the traffic law and
Doctor,
everything.
I'm saying relating to safety and security. I'm very specific. Or are there no bylaws in relation to safety and security, which is your portfolio?
You have the bylaws that we have, Chair, is that you've got the traffic bylaw, of which then when they are searching the car and they are doing
How
traffic.
can that
I
have
want-
anything to do with the buildings, the
I-
traffic ones?
No, I'm trying to, you said to me bylaws, okay, advocate. So I'm trying to really work through it. And if you can let me indulge on it. And please be really patient because I want us to get into the point of these bylaws. You've got these bylaws over the EMS one, which is a safety of the people. I agree with you that the safety of the people. You've got the bylaw environmental health, which is for food safety and all of that. That is actually the safety one, which is not enforced, which is sitting in the other department. We're supporting the other department. I agree in terms of the safety. You've got the ones of the town planning, and you've got environmental health and the EMS ones.
Let me try again. And this time I'll make it very plain. One of the core responsibilities of JMPD is bylaw enforcement. Am I right?
Yes,
That's,
you're correct.
that's your portfolio.
Yes, you are correct.
So why were you going all about this problem?
Yes,
You knew
but-
exactly what I'm talking about.
No, bylaw enforcement, but you were categorizing it in a different way of the safety and things. So I did not understand. If you said to me that bylaws that I'm enforcing, yes, we do enforce bylaw.
All of them are enforced by JMPD in terms of the law of the city, Mr. Doctor. Am I correct?
I agree, supported by other departments.
I didn't ask about support from other departments. If I wanted to, please trust me, I will go and ask you.
Okay.
The president has spoken about preparing the city towards a G20 meeting coming in November. You aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware. There's a presidential group that he came into the city.
And the president has described the city as filthy, right?
Yes, he did. He said it was dirty.
No. The word he used is filthy. I don't know why you're paraphrasing it.
Apologies.
And said it is underlaid, which must undermine law enforcement capabilities. Am I right?
Well, I tend to disagree.
No,
He said-
just answer the question. Did the president say the city was underlit,
It was under?
had no lights?
Oh, he had no lights. Yes, he had no lights. He said there were no lights and also it was dirty.
And that, I suggest to you, compromises the ability of the JMPD to do their work, amongst others.
Yes, it does.
And it's something that can be capable of easy correction, am I right?
Yeah, it can be by the city. They can, other departments, they can do that. But I'm not speaking on behalf of the other departments. I
No.
don't know their challenges.
No, I'm not asking about other challenges. You, as part of the city, can have that rectified. Is that too difficult to admit?
No, I agree that if we have lights, then we are going to have no crime.
Not-
But I will not speak on behalf of the other departments, whether it's going to be easy or not to fix it. But
No.
if we had lights, yes.
No, I'm inviting you to speak for all the departments in the city as an MMC. You talk to your colleagues, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And you can remind them, if you have to remind them, that we can correct this problem, can't you?
And indeed I did.
And you have the support structure of the administration to help you achieve that.
Indeed I
right?
did.
So all
Hence,
I'm
we're
asking
making-
is you will use your best endeavors with your colleagues in trying to mitigate the problem the president has spoken about regarding this city.
Indeed.
Yes. Rent collection. It too, with the assistance of the intelligence, GFIS, SAPS, is a matter that is capable of investigation, follow-up, arrest, and correction. Am I right?
That falls under SEPS, not under JMPD.
I've called all of them. Are you saying if you're alive as JMPD that somebody is illegally collecting rent, you are going to just look away?
No, you don't look away. We
That's
work with
my
SEPS.
point.
Yeah, we
you
work with
with
SEPS.
SEPS, we work
Yes.
with JMPD, we work with GFIS, and I'm mentioning all of them.
Yes.
Because all of you have one collective responsibility as the government of Gauteng, particularly the city,
Yes,
Johannesburg
indeed.
Metro.
Indeed, we work together. Whatever we get, we give it to GFITS, and GFITS work with the police.
Yeah, you don't have to repeat what I'm saying. If I'm correct, just say so. Can we work on that basis?
That's fine.
All right. Chair, those are the questions I have for the witness.
Mr. Sidumedi, any re-examination?
No re-examination.
Yes. Thank you.
Chair, I'm not sure, in light of the request by...
The request by Mr. Breakill, it would be inopportune or early for us to admit the statement as an exhibit.
Correct. I fully agree. Thank you for the direction.
Mr. Semenya, just give us some light in the light of Mr. Breakill's dilemma not to know whether to cross-examine or to put questions of clarifications.
Yes, Chair. I got an intimation that it may very well be that Mr. Breakill does not require to cross-examine, but I can't resolve his difficulties regarding Monday. May I ask just for a short stand down?
Yes. We'll stand down for how long?
It can't be more than 5
15
minutes.
minutes.
5 minutes.
We'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Yes, Mr. Semenya?
Mr. Brickhill, in English is the word called clarificatory. It is. Mr. Brickhill is ready to do that, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Brickhill?
Beg your pardon, Chair, if I may just take one instruction from my...
Yes, you may.
Chairperson, within the constraints, we'll then try to deal with the issues as effectively as we can by way of
Yes.
clarification. If necessary, we'll bring the separate application to cross-examine, but
Yes.
hopefully that will not be necessary.
I hope not, given the constraints of the commission.
It's a shared hope, Chair, but the issues are issues of some significance. Dr. Chwaku, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I don't know your name.
And it's Brickhill.
Hi, Brickhill.
And I'm asking you some questions on behalf of SERI and the ICF.
Okay.
I wanted to
Just
start.
bring the microphone closer to you. Yes.
Okay.
I wanted just to start by clarifying the date of the media statement, the interview with ENCA.
Yeah.
My learned friend, Mr. Sidume, attempted to clarify it with you earlier,
Yeah.
but it appears to us that the date is still incorrect.
Yeah.
You'll recall that Mr. Mahlangu was interviewed at the same time, or do you recall that, Mr. Mahlangu of the ICF? He's part of the same interview that was broadcast on that day at Fire Station.
Yeah, I saw another person that was interviewed, but I'm not sure about his name. But it was him first. There was another person who interviewed first, and then it was me after that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that person was Mr. Mahlangu, one of the leaders of the Inner City Federation. And the information that we have is that ENCA interview took place on 26 February.
Was this the ENCA or it was the SABC? Morning Live. I think it was the one that happened at the, trio chair.
Yes,
that
you
one-
testified to an interview that happened on ENCA.
It was,
So it must be ENCA.
was it for the fire station?
Yes. for the
Yes,
fire
no,
station.
it was SABC Morning Live. Leanne.
Yes.
Yes, it was morning. It's SABC, not ENCA.
Okay, it's referred to in your,
In your
statement as
Oh.
ENCA.
I know, apologies, ma'am, it was SABC.
But it is Leanne Jomanis.
Leanne Mahanas, yeah, Ian,
I think it's Jomanis.
oh, okay, so we got married out, but it was the morning.
Yes.
So
Morning
what
Live.
is reflected in your statement is incorrect.
Yeah, it's not, it's SABC. Apologies for that, Chairperson.
Yes, and in
Yeah.
terms of the date of the interview, your statement doesn't actually, well, it's unclear when that interview is meant to have taken place, but it's our understanding that it took place on the 26th of February.
Okay, yeah. It sounds about right.
And then if I can take you back to your statement, the eviction order for that property, if I can take you to page 503, and it's paragraph 5.3 of your statement,
Yeah.
you record that the eviction order for Central Fire Station was granted on 14 March 2025. So that would have been about 3 weeks after the interview.
It sounds about right.
In other words,
That's what I got from my guys.
Yes.
In terms, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chwaku. In other words, you gave the interview before the court had granted its order.
Looking at the dates, but I knew that there was a finalization. But I think I got my report in terms of we got that order on a day before that interview. That I was made aware that we are in the final stages, waiting for the court order. Then we just had to go there and just check everything. It's fine.
So at the time that you gave your interview, the case was still pending in court?
Looking at the dates, it looked like it.
Yes.
But I know that there was a lot of conversations happening, lots of meetings that were actually happening in terms of the building itself, in terms of what needs to happen, getting ready to ensure that we've got necessary logistics.
Yes. Now, you've explained your frustration.
Yeah.
You've apologized, and my learned friend, Mr. Semenya,
Yes.
addressed those issues with you. I don't intend to traverse the same territory in relation to this interview.
Sure.
But save to make the point that you gave the interview while the case was pending, while the court was faced with deciding the issues. Do you see that makes it particularly problematic to make statements critical of the courts?
If I can, through your chair, is there were many, that statement is made on when I said that, when I made my input on the other court orders that we actually made, because it's not only that building that were court orders. It was also court orders from Venin courts and Moth building everywhere. Yeah. So that was then a build-up of that frustration, but not in particular with that building itself. Of course, I was worried about it as well. But it was the build-up of that. And then I said, I apologize for that, unreservedly, that those things they actually said in terms of that frustration we have, because we know that other court orders are there, but we can't take out people. Of course, the city now must intervene on things. But what we see, the inhumanity that is there, that actually we brought out, I said, was more of a political statement. And I really did apologize to the commission on that. Yes, you did. Yeah.
In terms of the dates and the other judgments, that date of 26 February would also have been the date that the 65 de Villiers judgment was handed down. So it may be that you had just received that judgment when you gave that interview.
Yeah, but those ones we've actually received like later, but when I was appraised later. When we went there, we did the inspection. Then I had to go somewhere to do my work. Then I came back, Chair, later. Then when we were talking and doing those pronouncing like that, but then after that, the group legal gave us what the court has said, and then we immediately stopped on that, and we've never came back to the area, because when the court order was there was non-action on JMPD, non-action to everyone. We respected that court order.
In terms of the media and Leanne Germanis, in the interview, she thanks you for arranging security for her and her team into the building. Were the media there at your invitation on that day? No.
I was actually invited by them. But they said to me that we must bring the security, because they were actually going to Delvas. They were going to Usindiso building. And then when we arrived there, we found that when we heard from our unit that they are in the fire station. And I said, that's fine, because we're also going to do our oversight. Actually, we've been going there quite a lot to get things ready. So I said, okay, that's fine. We can go to the fire station as well. If you look in terms of the conversation between, I even asked that I did not know that you were going to, because I've been refusing, I was reluctant really, because a lot of, Usindiso buildings and all these buildings, there's been a lot of interviews. But there was a request from them that they're going to be crossing live. I said, it's fine. We can talk about those buildings, not in particular the one of Central Fire Station, but it was actually the Usindiso one. But also they had an interest on the Central Fire Station as well, because the fire station was actually our building in the EMS. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Chwaku. Then to understand you've talked about your frustration.
Yeah.
I'd like to understand that a little bit better. Is the essence of the frustration that the city is unable to evict people from so-called bad buildings without providing them with alternative accommodation, that the law requires that. Is that the frustration?
The frustration, yes, indeed, it is that as well, and also it's like all stakeholders that are involved. We probably have to come together to deal with the issue. I did raise my frustration with the city in terms of alternative accommodation. Then I was given an answer that we need to get more funding coming in. Hence, government has came in, and we appreciated that. We have cooperated as well. And also, we said that some of the court orders which are coming in, maybe let us get our leadership from the judiciary to come and do inspections on local to really look at what is really happening. And we had a lot of engagements, by the way, Chairperson, with a lot of stakeholders to come with a solution. And that one was made that, and you know, there's been question that I asked that has the judiciary, maybe the judges that came and did inspection on local, you know, so that we can, you know, look at this thing. But that frustration was heard by the city manager, hence they approached the court, I think, after that. And then there was a judgment that let us find a way in terms of evict and being strict in terms of your the alternative accommodation, but we can evacuate because now we have non-compliance with the EMS bylaws. So because there was no reconciling on myself that you have a court order, people must stay. But again, Chairperson, you have a situation that the EMS has closed this building because it doesn't comply. And then you don't have environment saying that it's uninhabitable. So for me, that was that, you know, this contradiction I had, of which now I think the court said, look, we'll just evacuate, ensure that there's a basic minimum appeal. Then I was fine with that. And also, as I said, we've chat with other NGOs to look at the possibilities of how maybe we can relocate the people and do partial relocations and all of that. Hence, I mentioned Siri and other people.
Yes, you did. And I believe that my colleagues, Ms. Zondo and Mr. Stolle, may have met with you some months ago. I haven't been able to get details of that meeting during our short break now. But coming to this change of strategy to what you call evacuation, you explained that in your testimony, that helped the city because by framing a removal as an evacuation rather than an eviction, the city can simply provide basic shelter, not full TEA.
Yeah, something of that nature, because now at least they were given, for example, the colleagues, the people of Usindiso, they had they had a shed that was built, and then they were also the city had to supply the basic services there as well. That is actually temporary because at the end you must give people permanent accommodation. But with the new administration that happened now, Chairperson, we're happy that the mayor actually identified some of the buildings now. That's why there was the relocation now of the people in the Moth building to the transit accommodation there.
At Vleehof.
Yeah, there as well. But it is not enough. But it's actually helping us now at least to really give people some basic accommodation so that we don't have a situation where people are in danger at this point in time.
Dr. Chwak, we've had other witnesses speak to the state of the TEA. The 9 existing TEA facilities are full, and there are around 4 that are being developed currently by the city.
Yeah, and then one of the things that Chairperson maybe I must share with the Commission is that, you know, and also you are finding some new dynamics now of which maybe the Commission must look into it also as a politician, that when you're doing this TA's transit accommodation, Chairperson, is that when you're moving people now to these new areas, you have a dynamic now of the community in that area, because most of the communities are waiting for the housing. And then now you have this clash now between these new people that are coming in, and also you have, so that's the dynamic that, because we tried to do that for, it was the Venin Court, we were moving people to Orange Farm. We put in some transit accommodation, but we had to abort because people of Orange Farm, but why are you accommodating people that we were waiting for, you know, the government to work? So there are those dynamics that are there, but we managed to move those one in the Moth building, even though there's a clash between the communities and the new residences now. but the city is managing that. But it is really helping us to this transit to put up something temporary for now, whereas we're sorting out ourselves in terms of what are we going to give our people.
Dr. Traku, we did have Mr. Opangkwane's
Yeah.
evidence on those issues and the
Okay.
challenges of dealing with receiving communities. What I'm putting to you is that the current TEA is full, and there are 4 facilities that are under development, but there really isn't alternative accommodation available to the city to relocate significant numbers of people at the moment.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
There's not enough. At this point in time, there was going to be there are some of the buildings that are nearly done, according to my knowledge, and that's why now we have to speedily, the next building that we have to evacuate people is the Vanin Court, which is a problem too. But currently we don't have that is there. But what I was saying that in terms of the transit accommodation, in terms of the temporal accommodation, is that what the arrangement that we actually did with the Usindiso. So we built some temporary informal houses and all of that. The city is also looking now at the space now to do the same thing, so that we can build temporary accommodation for the people in terms of, I always call them the informal shacks that people can stay in for now. So there's that other arrangement we can actually do. And one of the things that we've spoken about with the college was to look at this partial partial evictions of people. But it was just the talk, but it has not been gone formal as yet to look into that. But yes, indeed, the transitional accommodation, it is full, and the city, there are other buildings that are about to be finished, and the guys are looking into so that they can move the people.
I want to come to your operation Nomakanjani Manje Namhlanje. I think that's the correct one.
Correct, yeah.
Its focus is on crime.
It focuses on what is called a tri-band: crime prevention, by-law enforcement, and traffic law enforcement. It looks at all the 3, but we've elevated crime prevention and by-law enforcement. We've elevated them because the guys we found that on traffic, it's drinking and driving, we are relatively okay for now. Even we can do more, but we are fine. So we've elevated. It was a manner that operation is to elevate these crime prevention and by-law enforcement.
And
It's not something that we're doing outside of the city, the KPIs and what the city has to do, but we enhance it. We put force, we put more energy into it.
it's a set of priorities.
So it is a priority, it's a city priorities, yes.
And it includes looking at particular bad buildings.
And yeah, also it actually includes in that because the bad buildings are inspected by EMS. So we do go with the EMS as well to go and check these buildings and all the other stakeholders that are there as well.
And you give 4 examples of the buildings. When you visit those buildings, is part of the check whether the buildings have access to basic services, water and electricity?
Yes. So what we do is that we check is the owner known and who is the management. And then secondly, we go in and check if it does comply in terms of the by-law enforcement, okay? And then because we go, JMPD doesn't go alone, it must go with the other entities. So it has those entities responsible like EMS that there's no fire escape routes and whatever, then say the building does not comply. We have to shut it down. Or the people have breached the electricity, they've illegally connected the water. And then you find that when they go into the billing system, the building is owing. Let's say most of these buildings are owing 3 million plus. And the owners, they will know it to be found. And some of those people and then the city in its own bylaw, they have to cut it. They have to remove those things there. It's in the bylaw there as well. Of course, that, it's that have to enforce that kind of this bylaw. But we enforce with the departments, they have their own bylaw that if you are breaching and you are stealing the water, and also you have a huge debt on it. But there are, Chairperson, other buildings that when we visited, like for example, the one that is in, when you're coming off Braamfontein, there's a building on your left there, but I forgot its name. That building there, the people the committee that was there, they were able to go to the city and say, we are the tenants in this building. We are staying here. And they made an arrangement with the city, and their lights and also the water is still on. But in the majority of the buildings which are being hijacked, or where you find that there is no proper committee, there is no interaction with the city, and then when the city does its own bylaws to go and check those things, find that the first, they cannot find the owner. Secondly, there's a debt of 3 million plus. And then in the electricity, in their bylaw, they will switch it off.
Yes, Dr. Sabu, I must interpose. You know, if you don't answer questions pointedly, we'll be here until the cows come back home. The simple question that was put to you is whether when you go there, to check whether there is provision of water and electricity.
Yeah, it's part of the checks. We check if there's electricity and what, yeah.
But what you're checking for is whether there are illegal connections.
Yeah,
that
we
should then
check
be
in terms
terminated.
of if people are paying or not.
You're not checking whether people are receiving free basic electricity or free basic water to which they're entitled.
Or of course, we have the guys from the social development as well, and we take that at the end. There will be those that are getting a free basic education, but we go in and check in terms of that compliance, and we found that the people are not owing, but we don't have that detailed check, ma'am, with the social development if people have registered with the ESP. We did not have the social people with us to look at the ESP if people are receiving those basic.
So the focus is really on crimes that are being committed or on bylaw breaches.
It's the crime prevention and also bylaw enforcement.
And in terms of the recent budget allocations, the city manager, Mr. Makula, testified and in his statement explained that JMPD has been particularly prioritized over the last year to fill the acting positions, the vacancies, to a tune of some 100 million rand. You would be familiar with that. It's your department.
Yeah, we've been given they've got the critical skills, in terms of the command and control. Hence now we are putting in BMU directors and all of that, and we are appointing people. I agree, correct?
Yes.
But we can differ with the figures because they change all the time depending on the budget.
Yes, it was the most recent figure, an allocation of around 100 million from Mr. Makula. So that will enable JMPD to have more capacity to address crime prevention, bylaw enforcement.
Yeah.
It's not going to help with housing. It's not going to help with basic services.
No, it's not going to help.
I then wanted to deal with, you spoke about collections in buildings. There's been evidence that the Commission has received from other parties of collections that take place among residents to pay for cleaning, to pay for collective security, and you've mentioned the example of paying for lawyers' fees.
Yes.
You don't take an issue with any of those forms of collection.
No, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that.
The issue is rental.
The issue mostly is rentals, because those rentals, some of those buildings, they don't even pay the city. But other buildings, that's why I'm saying that the one that I've checked is that, you had a change of heart when you came in, said, no, we've came in as tenants. We are collecting the money, all of us, we made a deal with the city to pay the rent. Those ones you can check. We just let's say, guys, let's go and talk to the CFO. Let's meet these individuals halfway. You can see that these people have been there. Indeed, I don't have a problem with that. The thing is that when you collect the money, you must actually show at least that you've approached the city. This is what is actually happening, and there's a sort of a payment. We know that they can't pay everything, but the amount of money that is being collected, you find that it disappears to some accounts and individuals. It's really sometimes paining the city. And I even been saying that most of the people that I've seen are the vulnerable people that are there. And okay, some of them are working and all of that. So I'm worried in terms of the social status of the people, because you don't want people to see them on the streets. You don't want to do that, especially in the organization I'm coming from and what I believe in.
Now, you indicated that where you've received information about money being paid into accounts, your department has given that information to GFIS.
Yeah, there's GFIS, and also we do go with the police in some of the raids. So we do hand over that information, but the main people that we're dealing with is GFIS. They take that information and carry on with the processes of investigating those accounts and check who's been paid to and all of that.
So whatever information your department has about unlawful collection of rental will now be with GFIS?
With GFIS, yeah.
So to the extent that that has been reported, it will be in the GFIS data?
Yes.
An earlier expert witness, Dr. Wilhelm Solomon, testified that in his decade of research into bad buildings in the inner city, he had only come across one prosecution for hijacking of buildings. Are you aware of any others? Can you point the commission to any?
No, when you say prosecution in terms of people being
actually taken to court and prosecuted?
To court, the building that we did, Chairperson, as I reported, it's in where we've arrested people, alleged hijackers. They were arrested by the TRU, and GFIS was involved. So, but that case was handed over to SEPS. We just have to follow it up in terms of what an individual was. The owner was very happy. He lost that building in 1989 somewhere. So he was rejoiced that he got a control of the building, but the individuals we handed over to really SEP. Just waiting now for just get the results from the police and SEPs in terms of how far is the case. But there is one that we did hand over to people.
And that's a building in Hillbrow, I think.
In Hillbrow, yes.
So there's the prosecution that Dr. Wilhelm Solomon found in his research, and there's this case that you mentioned now.
The one that we just want to check now to follow up if the person has been caught, what is the process of the court. It's probably sitting that with the, we would have thought that maybe GFIS would have maybe highlighted some of the buildings that they've managed to really recover from the hijackers.
Yes. There's been evidence led to that a range of the buildings are maybe unlawfully occupied, but don't constitute hijacking in terms of payment of illegal rent.
I agree.
You would accept that?
I agree. I don't like the word hijacking. I don't, just the word that is being used. And people find an abandoned building and they enter it. And then what happens is that the hijacking happens. When people, I did explain to the commission, hijacking happens when people are sitting there and, people are vulnerable. And then you find these syndicates coming in. And then now they start hijacking it now. Then it's an ultimate stage of hijacking, is when now the syndicates come in now and hostilely take over a building. Then that's when now we term it as being hijacked. But people see an abandoned building. Some of the people, the stories we heard is that other people, they will have a management committee or a management company that is there. They'll be staying, and then all of a sudden the owner passes on, or maybe the owner moves overseas. And now there's a confusion in terms of chairperson, who's the owner and who's the management. And then now these hijackers, they take that opportunity. They come and impose themselves. Hence now we termed it now, it becomes, people staying there earnestly. There are people there, by the way, I even said the commission, they've been there since 1982. You know, they've been staying there. But now, because of changes of administration and people have a confusion who's the owner of the building and what is happening on them, then the criminals, they take that advantage and actually take over the building and take these collections among them. Hence now, we termed it a hijacked building ultimately.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chwako. And you testified earlier about communities collecting for a legal fund, a fund for legal purposes. And you've explained the frustration that you have with some court processes, that they take long, and perhaps you feel that they're an impediment to you discharging your function. But you would accept that communities facing eviction or evacuation proceedings from the city are entitled to legal representation?
Yeah, they are entitled.
And it may be frustrating if they delay your plans, but they're entitled to do so.
They're entitled to do that. It's their right.
If I may then deal with one final issue. You've apologized for the statements you made in relation to the judiciary and the courts. You will recall that you made a statement in the immediate aftermath of the fire at Usindiso, in which you specifically identified Seri and suggested that it was to blame for what had happened at the building. I want to give you an opportunity now, again with the benefit of hindsight, to reflect on that statement and to withdraw it and apologize.
What we said on that statement was that there are NGOs also with the Seri to saying that, of course, it is their right to defend the people and all of that. But what I've said is that when we have to, we've seen people that are there, and we see the way that people are in those squalor and all of that. And we sometimes find that some of these NGOs, they know, you can say that, of course, it's their right, but we should come up with a solution in terms of us as the city. We see the fact that there are people staying in squalor. How would you be happy to see people that are staying in the very dirty places, in those areas that are like that? And I know that the CCR is fighting for social. So it was the running that we had that did it, but I don't believe that you really care for the people. Because if you look at the conditions, I even referred to a building called Flora Building. But maybe even if you approach the court, maybe you should have probably saying that, can you do inspection on local and you know what is really happening on the issue? And then you find that now there's that resistance and there's no, there's this sort of a back and forth on us. Up until we came and we talked, we had a meeting with Seri, in my meeting, and a very heated argument or a debate in terms of the approach of the buildings. Up until to a point, when we engaged, we said to them that instead of allowing people to stay in buildings which are not complying, because I would have apologized if they're saying that there was a submission to saying that let us not evacuate the people, let's not evict, let's say maybe evacuate, maybe the city must get some kind of a different and maybe suggestions of what we can do about it. But it's in a manner of saying that people stay there, but with no maybe solutions that are there. So we came, we explored, and I like that with Nomzam because he came to the office. We said, let's look at now maybe different opportunities or different ways of really accommodating our people, knowing the fact that the city does not have accommodation. So that was in that way when we're talking from the NGO to the city, that if maybe there was a submission of that nature, I could see that maybe there's some alternatives that are being put across by the NGO, not necessarily, but all the other NGOs and other people. We even suggested, and we agreed on a TV show, that instead of me complaining, I know that there's a court order, but we came with the suggestions as public safety. We came with the word of partial evictions, where we look at because some of the people are actually, some of the people are affording, as
Mr.
there's analysis
Dr.
on that.
Tswaku,
Yeah.
I am completely lost. Yes, Mr. Sidumedi.
Chair, I understand that you are lost, and that's why I want to ensure that the chair doesn't get lost. The chair is getting lost because my colleague has come here to clarify testimony of the
Yes, I've
NMC.
allowed this question. I hope you are not going to object to me allowing this question. I've allowed the question. I am lost with the explanation, with the evidence given by Dr. Tswaku.
Well, if the chairman, because now the chairman saying yes, allowed, then I must then
Yes,
sit down. Then
yes,
she
the
was.
question is allowed. Mr. Brickhill?
Yeah.
Just put your question again.
Chairperson, what I put to the witness was whether he would want to revise and apologize for the statement that he made blaming Seri for the deaths in the building in the immediate aftermath of the fire. I think his answer is
Do you
no.
want to revise the statement or not?
I did not blame Siri.
No further questions, Chair.
Mr. Sidumedi? Now is there any re-examination?
Chair, no, there's no re-examination arising out of the
Yes.
question of clarity.
And then what will we assign the statement of Dr. Tswaku with the emendation that has been made with regard to paragraph 5.5 of the statement, which is instead of saying ENC is SABC.
It's SABC, Chair. And as well, Chair, in addition, that will ensure that when you file the signed version, that paragraph will be corrected. Chair.
Yes.
All right. With the permission and Chair, I would like the Commission to accept the MMC statement as COJ 11.
In the annexures?
In the statement, Chair, there were no annexures. That, we'll call Chair, that annexure was Jack.
The,
That was the
oh,
G- that
that
was
was
Jack-
Mr. Jaka.
Correct, Chair.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, following the visit by the state president to Johannesburg and in lieu of the forthcoming G20, there are statements made by the president that are intended to intervene in the difficulties associated with the work of this commission. With your permission, we would like to have Mr. Makola give us detail, and with your permission, the matter is to stand until Monday to enable Mr. Makola to give us some clue what intervention is contemplated.
Yes. Mr. Brickhill?
Chairperson, that's in order, and we will make appropriate arrangements.
Okay. Mr. Sidumedi?
Likewise, Chair, that is in order, will ensure that the statement is filed
Yes.
and.
And
From-
Mr. Makola is
Mr.
here
Makola
on Monday
is here on Monday.
at 10 o'clock.
Correct, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Tswaku, we thank you for having come to give evidence before this commission. You are now excused as a witness.
Thank you very much.